Welcome to Stuttgart and welcome to the MHP Arena. A Baden-Württemberg battle for a ticket to the DFB-Pokal final in Berlin. Reigning title holders Stuttgart welcome state rivals Freiburg on what is a glorious Thursday evening. Stuttgart want a chance to become the 9th different side to defend Germany's sole cup crown. Freiburg out to reach the final for only the 2nd time in club history. It is a state showdown to secure passage to the showpiece event of every season in Berlin. Schwaben against Baden. The Swabians hosting the pride of the Black Forest. This, the hottest ticket in town. It is a semi-final showdown in Germany's southwest. The record title holders Bayern München await tonight's winners. But who will they face for DFB-Pokal glory in the capital on May 23rd? James Thorogood, your match commentator, extending the warmest of welcomes to those of you tuning in for a fascinating fixture in the Final Four of Germany's Seoul Cup competition. I'm also delighted to say that I'm joined by former Germany international Julia Simic. Good evening, Julia.
Hi, I'm very happy to be here with you and I'm very excited for I think, brilliant football game tonight.
Well, this is it, a ticket to the DFB-Pokal final on the line, local bragging rights at stake as well. It's all set for a special evening here.
I think so. I think when you hear the atmosphere here, the fans are there. I was here 2 weeks ago in a game for Stuttgart. I think the stadium is very special. The fans are great, and I think this could be an advantage for the Stuttgart side to play here on their home ground with the fans in their back. They can give a couple of percentage to them, and I think they will definitely make use of that.
We're sat snugly on the banks of the River Neckar, and already the decibel levels are through the roof here at the MHP Arena. Both head coaches are anticipating a Pokal fight, as they like to say here in Germany. But Julia, how important is it for the teams to both capitalize and control the emotions tonight?
Yeah, it's probably a small degree in terms of when do you put what kind of action into it, and also both teams want to dominate, want to play dominant football as well, and want to have a controlled game. So I think it's exciting to see how the match plan's gonna look like. And also Freiburg, a lot of games in their legs, a lot of games waiting for them, so it's gonna be different. Exciting to see how they're gonna take it from the first minute on.
Yeah, this isn't a surprising semi-final matchup when you consider the standing that both of these teams have in the Southwest. Yes, Stuttgart fell on a few hard times in recent years, but they really are the #1 team in the state of Baden-Württemberg. If anything, Freiburg are like the little brothers that might make Hoffenheim the stepchild in the family. I don't know, I won't make any aspirations there, but ultimately, Stuttgart are the favourites, especially here on home soil tonight.
Yeah, I think so as well, and also they won this title last year. They're hungry to win more, and as Sebastian Hoeneß, the coach, said, when you have the chance, you want to go through it until the end, and this is something the fans know now, to be in Berlin in the cup final, and also the atmosphere, to have something in your hands at the end of the season, something to admire and to desire and to give your heart for that goal.
Yeah, that's it tonight, of course. Many of the fans decked out in the red and white of Stuttgart, the breast ring on the kit. But you'll also see many t-shirts commemorating the final appearance and the final win from last season. It was a title that ended a 28-year wait in the DFB-Pokal, and now they sense the opportunity to do it all over again.
Yeah, and what an achievement as well that Sebastian Hoeneß, since 3 years, what he brought in there close to build him a statue, I think, outside of the stadium, just because what he did, how he stabilized this club, that traditional club as well, is something extraordinary, and I think speaks a lot for his work, for his quality of coaching as well, and for his man management, because he's very humble, he's doing things on a very reflective side, and this is great to see.
A DFB-Pokal semi-final derby in the Southwest. A battle in Baden-Württemberg. 4-time title winners and defending champions Stuttgart taking on a Freiburg side who have only featured in a final once before. One of the biggest nights in both sides' respective seasons. Hear that noise, feel that passion. This is a premier occasion. the MHP Arena, sounding its best. Tonight, it is a proving ground, sizzling with emotion, full of tension, overflowing with expectation, and with some big names in attendance. Julian Nagelsmann, the national team head coach, getting a view of some of the players that might feature for him at the World Cup in the summer. That is something that Stuttgart are very proud of, having a strong national team contingent, and it has been part of the backbone of their success under Sebastian Hoeneß. Tonight, though, it's a DFB-Pokal final ticket that's up for grabs, with the added bonus of local bragging rights. This is a night for heroes and villains, but Julia, who are you expecting to step up to the mark for both teams?
I think both teams will want to take the momentum a bit to their side, and as I've seen Stuttgart on Sunday against Bayern, and I think the way they played the first half, this is something they should start to play with from minute one, but also not just 45 minutes. Today it's important to go to the end, and I think with every minute they have an open game, it will fall a bit to their side, as Freiburg is still managing a bit the load as well from upcoming games and games they were already played. So I think both want to try to have a lot of possession, have a lot of control, and also want to be dominant.
Our team, our dream, is the message from the Freiburg fans, who have brought a bit of a choreograph with them. But that is what tonight, and a night like tonight, is all about. An extra special occasion. The final takes place in the capital of Berlin. But in the semi-finals, Stuttgart have home advantage against their state rivals. We've got an electric atmosphere, a stunning backdrop. It really is enough to give you a goosebump or two. And it all kicks off in a matter of minutes. Do or die implications in the Southwest derby. Stuttgart and Freiburg, two teams ready to leave it all out on the pitch for a ticket to the DFB-Pokal final. For Freiburg, it would only be their second appearance in the showpiece event at the end of the season. For Stuttgart, it would be the second consecutive campaign in which they featured in the final, last season winning 4-2 against third-tier Arminia Bielefeld. This season, they could become the 9th team to defend the cup crown. Sebastian Hoeneß has restored this side to former glories. A sight to behold here in Schwabenland. For now, it's time for the team news, starting with host Stuttgart. Head coach Sebastian Hoeneß makes 4 changes to the side that lost 4-2 against Bayern on Sunday, and alters his system as well. It's back to a 4-man backline as Nicolas Nate and Maximilian Mittelstädt return to the starting lineup at right back and left back respectively. Elsewhere, Bilal El Khanous and Thiago Tomáš are replaced up front by the dynamic duo of Denis Undav and Erdemir Demirovic, who boast 35 goals between them in all competitions. Freiburg dreaming of another final burst to go along with the one from 2022. One that ended in heartbreaking fashion, courtesy of a penalty shootout against the 10 men of Leipzig. Tobias Welz is the man in the middle. A lot of respect being shown between the two captains pre-match. Look at the Freiburg lineup now. Wholesale changes made by head coach Julian Schuster following the 2-1 win over rock-bottom Heidenheim on the weekend. 6 all told, including between the sticks, as he keeps faith with his cup goalkeeper Florian Müller, who provided some of the heroics in the quarter-final shootout against Hertha Berlin in the previous round. Elsewhere, Philipp Treu, Philipp Lienhardt, Jordi Makengo, Niklas Bester and Yuito Suzuki are the fresh faces in the first 11. Now this is a night for drama and dreams, guts and glory, legend and a bit of legacy. Haze covers the pitch at the MHP Arena due to the pre-match pyrotechnics. But that's all in keeping with a cup night like tonight, isn't it, Julia?
Definitely. And when you see the choreography, I think you just have goosebumps, whether you support the Stuttgart or the Freiburg side. Also, the Freiburg side brought a bit of atmosphere with them, and I think this is something, this is why you go into stadiums. This is why football is so great, and especially these do or die games, they make it so special. These games you just want to win and go with all of your heart through it.
And both sets of fans, home and away, want to play the role of that 12th man. Like last night in Leverkusen, a delay to kick off due to the pre-match pyrotechnics. But what a glorious sight here in the southwest of Germany. And all it allows is tensions to raise a little bit more ahead of the eagerly anticipated kickoff. Florian Müller back between the sticks in place of Noah Atubolo. He is the cup goalkeeper, and nice to see Julian Schuster make the sentimental choice of keeping faith with Florian Müller. Alexander Nübel provided his fair share of heroics en route to Stuttgart, winning the DFB-Pokal title, 4th time, all-time, adding to the titles from 1954, 58 and 1997. For Freiburg, maybe this season is all about exercising the demons from 2022. They won a penalty shootout against Hertha Berlin in the last round, and many of the players referenced the fact that that made them feel like they'd maybe got over that shootout loss to Leipzig. But the real way to get over it, Julia, is to go all the way to the final and go one better and win it.
Yeah, I agree. This is something you just have to experience as well. And I think when you saw the celebrations also of the Bayern players who were left out for 6 years now, and what it meant for them as well to return to Berlin, this is something you definitely should give everything, because it's worth it. And this game to be played in Berlin is always something extraordinary, something huge in each and every career.
A Baden-Württemberg battle for a ticket to Berlin. After claiming cup glory for the first time in 28 years last season, Stuttgart are out to keep their title defence alive as they play host to Freiburg in a DFB-Pokal semi-final derby. The MHP Arena is already rocking. James Thurrogood, your match commentator, delighted to have the pleasure of your company, as well as that of my co-commentator, Julia Simic. And Julia, the opening exchanges feel like they're going to be very important in terms of how these sides manage expectations and the volume level.
It's always important to start these games quite well, to put the momentum on your side as well, to have the first touches on the ball, but then also you feel a bit the energy as well. How good are you from minute one? And also, what's the match plan? What are both coaches trying to do in the first minute to also get the momentum on your side? And I think, as I know the teams, as I know the coaches a bit, as I know the teams, they both want to keep the ball. They want to have control over the game, and they want to have possession to control the opponent.
A ball down the left wing, looking for Jordi Makengo. Can't bring it under his spell. For Freiburg, this is the 3rd appearance in the semi-finals in the last 5 seasons. For Stuttgart, their 3rd semi-final appearance in the last 4 seasons. But no one wants the journey to end in the Final Four. Both teams just trying to find their feet. To the backdrop of a very heated atmosphere. There's always something special about a cup night like tonight. And these two sides both represented German football on the continent in the Europa League. Stuttgart knocked out by Porto, Freiburg into the semi-finals, so they are still dancing at two weddings, as I like to say here in Germany. Grifo trying to combine with Matanovic. Marshalled off the ball well. A man with 12 goals in all competitions this season, but 9 scored since the turn of the year, Igor Matanovic. Undav with the flick on. And Muller opts to take no chances with the clearance and a touch for a throw.
And you see, both teams are playing to play forward, to play offensive, to play also with long balls if necessary. They don't just keep the ball to collect passes. They want to end up in the opposing box, and this is what you see in the first couple of minutes. Both teams, if needed, use a long ball as well to just also keep the opponent a bit away from their own box.
Chris Führich. He was a bright spark for Stuttgart against Bayern on the weekend, scored the opening goal at the Allianz Arena in what was a 4-2 loss eventually for Stuttgart on a day where Bayern clinched the Bundesliga title with games to spare. But he's a player that will want to catch the eye of Julian Nagelsmann tonight, who's in the stands.
Probably one of a couple, but also the corners is something that also was mentioned by Sebastian Hoeneß on the press conference. Freiburg is quite known for good set pieces, but also they have some troubles to defend corners, so let's see what kind of role this is going to be played.
It's deep from Führich, and Chabot was there, but can't keep the header down. Felt there was a touch off of Philipp Lienhardt. The referee, Tobias Felt, did not agree. Emedin Demirovic, former Freiburg player, he was the man that missed the decisive penalty against Leipzig in 2022. Making headlines for more positive reasons this week because he's kept a promise to the Stuttgart fans. He said if Bosnia get to the World Cup, which they did qualify for, then he would donate some free beer. And so at the Frühlingsfest, the Spring Festival, which is a stone's throw from the MHP Arena down on the banks of the River Neckar, next weekend, or this coming weekend I should say, he will do a 1-hour meet and greet. There'll be free beer for the Stuttgart fans that turn up. He's also providing ice cream trucks and open training sessions for the kids that come and attend, and making a donation to the Stuttgart Foundation Brustring of the Hearts. A very admirable cause and a very nice bit of news coming from the Emedin Demirovic camp. A man of his word.
A man of his word, and quite an expensive word as well. I don't know if he ever regretted it, but probably not, because he was full of adrenaline and full of emotions after they qualified for the World Cup.
Foul goes against Vincenzo Grifo. No pressure on Nubel, who can pick his pass, looking for Dennis Undav. Draws the contact from Lienhardt, but it's Freiburg that look to break now with Niklas Bester putting pressure on Maximilian Mittelstädt. Good 50-50 challenge. And the throw-in goes the way of the visitors. Look at the Freiburg fans who were in the MHP Arena long before kickoff, and they had a big block of sunshine on their particular corner of the stadium, so they were topping up their tans before kickoff. Now the shot from range, Undav sending it sailing over.
And probably he also wants to prove, Julian Nagelsmann, who is here in the stadium today, that he's not only good for 20 minutes of a game, he's good from the beginning, and this is a little signal at least he's sending to the stands as well. First kind of touch towards the goal, but he's taking these shots. He's the player who's taking the most shots out of the Bundesliga, so someone you always have to be scared of as the opposing goalkeeper.
Yeah, Nagelsmann was a bit critical of his physical form and that reason behind the fact that he feels he will have a more bit part role in the World Cup when he does go, but he did say that he apologised personally to Undav for publicly making those statements after the recent international break. Undav, 23 goals in all competitions this season, 13 goals in 21 appearances since the turn of the year. He is the most informed German striker around. But for Nagelsmann, a bit of a conundrum, because he's not really an out-and-out striker, he's not really a number 10, he's kind of somewhere in the middle.
He's someone that reads the game like here he does as well, with also assisting goals from different angles, from different positions as well, and someone you have a lot of value to have him in his team.
Demirovic had the door shut on the opportunity after a lovely bit of vision from Undav. Now Furich, two for company out wide. Change of angle. Cross cleared only as far as Ramon Hendricks. Under Sebastian Hoeneß, Stuttgart, a side that certainly like to exact a grip on an encounter, and already you can see that they've established control on proceedings, Freiburg being a touch more reactive to what Stuttgart are throwing at them. The home side resulting to a lot of long balls early doors, as Angelo Stiller is penalised for a foul in midfield. Replay show he did pull out at the challenge, but Stuttgart now with the ball in their own ranks. Ten straight wins in the DFB-Pokal for the home side, equaling a club record set between 1996 and 1997. Leveling, posing problems, just about kept the ball in play, but lost possession as a result to Philipp Treu.
Yeah, and you mentioned the long balls as well. This is something that looks a little bit like probably something they spoke about before, is all these runs from Leveling, from Fürich. The ball coming from Nöbel from the back, but also allowing Nöbel to play long balls with the space in behind the Freiburger defensive line is something they want to take use of, that especially with their speed, with their tempo from their wingers as well, and Undav more centrally trying to flick over the balls if needed, but then it's about tempo, it's about speed, and also a bit of like a good feeling probably to get in the first minutes of the game.
Pester can't quite bring the ball down in tricky circumstances out wide. This is well worked by Stuttgart to find Furich in a one-on-one situation with Matthias Ginter. Treu offers support, but Furich whips it in, looking for Demirovic, and Lienhardt had to win the header and did. Makengo gets the clearance at the second attempt. Certainly one of the admirable qualities of this Stuttgart side under Sebastian Hoeneß. They've got so many avenues to goal. They can work it out wide, they can work it through central positions with Undav and Demirovic, and ultimately those two fantastic target men for any deliveries into the box that do arrive eventually.
That makes probably one of his best qualities as a coach, is that he's versatile, that he finds different strategies as well to win, to face games as well, and this is something also as a player you need to get your head around, you need to think, you need to be concentrated, and he demands a lot of his players as well.
A big cry of pain from the Stuttgart captain, Atakan Karator. Johan Manzambi saying, I didn't really touch you.
And I think you could see he touched him a bit. And even if it's a small touch, but still painful.
I was going to say, on the top of the boot with a stud, it's never pleasant.
Yeah. Also from the side, it's like there's no shoe probably anymore, no shin pad.
Talking to a couple of Stuttgart fans before the game, they wanted their side to take the fight to Freiburg. They were expecting a physical battle. Now we've got Manzambi down, Leveling down. Makengo goes into the book. But what happened with Johan Manzambi off the ball? Manzambi's been one of the stars of the season for Freiburg. So there's the crunching challenge on Leveling. And then, yeah, there's a little bit of a clip on Manzambi from Dennis Undav. Didn't look like it was anything too untoward. That was a definite yellow card for Makengo.
Yeah, probably one to set a sign, but this is definitely a yellow card. But Leveling is in a lot of pain, and probably not just for the show, he really is. So this yellow card is well deserved. And what happened on the other side with Undav, probably a little bit of intention on this little step on the toe is something unnecessary, obviously, but also games like this live a little bit from little side tracks as well, and this is something to set a bit of a signal as well, that you're here, that you show some presence, even if it's a bit on the edge of the legal rights.
I think Tobias Welz, the referee, was well aware he's going to maybe have to keep a lid on emotions somewhat tonight. Let's take a look at this Undav clash again. I mean, Manzambi's made a lot of it.
Yeah. Probably a lot for the show and not so painful, but I think Undav is someone as well he's there for his teammates. If someone steps on the shoe of the other one, he'll be the next one to step on exactly his shoes or toes. So this is a bit of Undav's style and his character.
Brilliant defending there by Ginter to wrap his foot around Demirovic to clear the ball. It was put straight back towards the Freiburg goal, and Undav closing down Florian Müller. The point I was going to make about talking to Stuttgart fans before the game, though, they wanted their side to take the fight to Freiburg. Now we're getting yellow cards flashed out left, right and centre. But they were also talking about how special it was to have the opportunity for the first time in club history to make back-to-back finals. A bit like the yellow card for Makengo, there really can be no complaints there from Nate.
And no, definitely, it's kind of a very rough game, how it starts, but all of a sudden there are a lot of duels and a lot of little touches that are quite painful. So it's, I think, quite a bit of work for the referees today as well to put a line on this game, that the focus should be on football, but you see what's in this game, the importance of the game. You exactly see in these duels, and both teams, as you mentioned, the fans as well, are ready to fight, and the battle is on, and this is something I think it's really well worth to fight for today.
But as a result, the rhythm disrupted as we've crossed the quarter-hour mark. Manzambi. Ball to Vincenzo Grifo, the talisman. Grifo looking to make something happen. He's found Maximilian Eggestein, who got tripped as he got the shot off, and he asked the question of Tobias Welz, can you give a penalty even though I tried to stay on my feet?
And I think my impulse was exactly the same. I go fully with Freiburg because there was a touch, and all the credits to Eggestein that he's not falling down, but still there's a touch and it brought him out of rhythm as well. But let's see what the referee's deciding next to getting some yellow cards here.
I was going to say, at this rate, we'll be lucky to end the match with 22 men on the pitch. Eggestein, I mean, it's admirable that he got the shot off, and that's maybe the argument the referee will make, is that the advantage was played and you still had the shot at the end of it, but the shot was impacted by the contact.
And that's probably exactly what they're going to check as well. Was it impacted? Was he brought out of rhythm? You can see clearly he's hitting his own calf, and then he starts to fall. So for me, he's out of rhythm through the touch, but let's see what the referee is saying to this.
Well, Maximilian Eggestein has been bending the ear of Tobias Veltz ever since he got tripped. But the decision of no penalty stands. Meanwhile, there were yellow cards dished out to Jamie Leveling and Johan Manzambi. So that's 4 now inside the opening 18 minutes of this game. A game that has been dominated by fouls more than fantastic football. We build it as a battle in Baden-Württemberg. It's exactly what we're getting. But then the question now is, who can rise above the challenge? And ultimately, a disrupted rhythm probably benefits Freiburg more than Stuttgart. And now here come the visitors as there's another tangle off the ball. Bester to Suzuki. Suzuki back heel. Too cute in the end. When they were looking for a clinical touch there, Freiburg. Yuito Suzuki, the man who scored the opening goal of that quarter-final tie against Hertha Berlin in extra time. Fabian Reza found an equaliser. It went to penalties. 5-4 win for Freiburg, exercising some of the demons lingering from that shootout final loss to Leipzig in 2022. Makengo teases it in, but it's too close to Nubel. Bread and butter goalkeeping for Alexander Nubel there. But now the early release.
And you mentioned to break the rhythm from the Freiburg side towards the Stuttgart side. It's definitely a good idea to exactly do this, because when you let Stuttgart play and exactly the dominant style of play that Sebastian Hoeneß wants from his team, then you'll be in trouble. So this is exactly the right thing to do as well, to use moments as well to be rough, and this is something Freiburg can do. They defend very well, they can run a lot, they can also run intensively, and this is something they need to do here throughout the whole game.
Undav was looking for a pass, but the options never really presented themselves. Now Jeff Chabot is getting a talking to from Tobias Veltz because of the tangle with Matanovic off the ball we saw a few moments ago in the Freiburg attack. Well, that's it. We've had more yellow cards than shots on goal so far in this game. Just over 20 minutes played. Sebastian Hoeneß said that this was going to be a completely different game to the one they had against Bayern on Sunday, and he has been proven right so far. Manzambi, there was a little pull on the shirt, but he is making a lot out of a little every opportunity he gets.
Yeah, and Leveling needs to be careful to not do this too many times, as he's also in a yellow card already. A couple of players, as you mentioned, are banned. So let's see how this is going to end after only just 20 minutes played.
Schuster wants his side to push a bit further up. Lienhardt takes the free kick and then passes backwards to Florian Müller. That makes sense. Julian Schuster proving that there is still a place for sentiment in the world of football, in naming Florian Müller between the sticks in place of Noah Atubolo. He has been the cut goalkeeper all season. At the same time, Atubolo hasn't won himself any Freiburg fans recently by admitting he wants to leave the club. Lots of headlines involving the young German goalkeeper who might go to the World Cup with Germany. Round the corner it goes for Grifo. Mantanovic.
To cross a ball to Matanovic, as he's proven that he's so dangerous in the box as well, but I think there was more a shot than a cross, but a cross wouldn't have been wrong as well, because Eggestein was ready and waited for a ball to come in.
Historically speaking, these sides have met 5 times previously in the DFB-Pokal. Stuttgart have won 4. Freiburg coming out on top just once, but here they are coming forward looking for the opener. They're going to get a corner. Every single moment being hotly contested. Every refereeing decision is being challenged.
And I think the game hasn't found a minute where it's calm or just where you could breathe. I think it doesn't allow us to look away for a second, but that's a very clean tackle from Schiller first, and I think this is exactly what you say. Every duel brings some emotions and probably underlines as well the importance of this game.
We had a frantic semi-final yesterday in Leverkusen as well, but that was because Bayern were so dominant and all over Leverkusen. This is a lot more evenly matched and much more of a fight as Bester swings in the corner. Big header at the back and clash of heads as well. Another moment to just disrupt everything here. And then again, Jeff Chabot and Igor Matanovic ever going to pull out of an aerial effort?
Yeah, probably not, because you see here this is unlucky, and I think both will be fine, both more or less standing already again, but it's a tough, painful moment. But especially these set pieces can play a role tonight, because as I mentioned before, there's a lot in for Stuttgart, who are defending very well, but Freiburg also offensively playing very good corners as well, scored second most of corners in the Bundesliga at least. So this is something where Stuttgart needs to be aware, and also trying to probably prevent Freiburg to get some corners.
Julian Schuster is a former Stuttgart player from his playing days, but it was with Freiburg he really found a home in Baden-Württemberg. To go back to their DFB-Pokal history, Julian Schuster was actually the Freiburg captain when these two sides met in the semi-finals back in April of 2014. Stuttgart winning 2-1 on that occasion. Arthur Bocker, Jan Rosenthal and Martin Harnik with the goals, all scored early. A game that featured Matthias Ginter, 19 years old, in tears at the end of the game. Tonight, a chance for a bit of revenge in that regard, as he cuts the ball out from Undav there. Such a key player at the back, Matthias Ginter, for Freiburg. Wonderful, loyal servant, returning to the club after a stint with bigger clubs like Gladbach and Dortmund. Undav wins out. Forward to Demirovic. Now the pass behind Furich. Now that move breaks down for Stuttgart, and no quick counter available for Freiburg as Stuttgart win the ball back in an advanced area. They are on top, 55% possession, but Freiburg with the only efforts on target so far. Stuttgart limited to half chances. Freiburg have at least tested Alexander Nubel. Undav getting a lot of touches, but not in any dangerous areas, really. Same could be said of Matanovic and Demirovic as well, truth be told. Now Leveling with a chance, does well to keep it in play. Undav brings it down. Still with Dennis Undav. Leveling, one-on-one with Makengo. Stuttgart having to be patient. Labeling. Demirovic looking for the heel flick. Would have been spectacular. No contact made though. And well, a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment for Nubel, and in the end it's just a corner, but still it's not exactly the moments that will fill Stuttgart with confidence.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a heavy touch from Angelo Stiller here, but I think before you could see how well Freiburg is able to defend, even if they are in a low block, and Stuttgart is trying to put pressure on the goal, trying to put some crosses in, trying to put a wave of offensive actions in, but that's all good for Freiburg because they used to also defend for a while, and I think with Lienhardt, with Ginter, they have a couple of players that are actually defending very, very well and very, very stable.
I'd love to have known what was being said between those two fans once Stuttgart marked Freiburg, but that's what this is all about. Let's get to it with the header! Freiburg have the lead! Maximilian Eggestein with a poacher's effort to break the deadlock. Freiburg take a first step towards a second DFB-Pokal final appearance in club history. And it comes courtesy of two of their most loyal servants, Matthias Ginter and Maximilian Eggestein. A moment to silence the home crowd.
Oh yeah, now the stadium is very silent, and you see there's no offside. He's onside, it's all well, and he's just quicker, mentally quicker than all the rest, than the defenders of Stuttgart, but also Nübel, who's not happy with this goal because it's a moment of being a bit sleepy, not reacting well. Chabot losing Eggestein out of his eyes, but then it's something we mentioned, is the corners of Freiburg, and this is something next to the cross, next to the formation, it's also being awake and being ready, and he was definitely switched on. So you see the joy, the pure happiness of the Freiburg bench as well, because leading here is something from big value.
In a way, it's no less than Freiburg deserve. They've come here, they've rattled Stuttgart, they've made sure that Stuttgart can't play their own game, and at the same time they've posed a threat and now taken a chance as well.
And that's probably exactly their plan, exactly their strategy as well, waiting for sleepy moments of Stuttgart, but also look at how the corner just was created, a bad pass behind, and this is when they could use a disadvantage by defending to their own advantage by having a corner.
Good header by Mittelstädt, and it breaks for Undav. Undav couldn't quite flick into the path of Nate. Worth noting, we were expecting Nicolas Nate to start at right back as part of a four-man back line. He's actually playing in the number 10 role behind Demirovic and Undav. It's a three-man back line for Stuttgart, with Führich at left wing-back and Labeling at right wing-back. Mittelstädt filling in as a centre-back tonight on the left side of that three. Steps out there, concedes another corner. Half an hour played, and this semi-final cup tie is not going the way of the title holders. Well defended again by Jeff Chabot. Toy, Manzambi keeping the chance alive. I think Bester's onside as well. Nicholas Bester, overlapping run, tries to cut inside, but no avenue to exploit against Nicolas Nate, who now is going on a marauding run of his own. Labeling, oh, bundled over from behind. Clumsy, unnecessary foul there from Igor Matanovic. A striker's foul, Julia.
Striker's foul, yes. but also shows how he's willing to defend back and how he's basically just 30 meters in front of his own goal. But probably he wants a bit too much because the situation was quite under control. But good effort from Nate here as well. Got a couple of duels won and also brings his team in a good position to have at least a goal-scoring opportunity.
Furich, straight to Florian Müller. A delivery that always favoured the Freiburg goalkeeper.
Good for him as well to come in the game, get some touches as well, has the ball in his hands before he has to get it out of the back of the net. This is something very from big value, especially if you're not in the rhythm, especially if you're not playing week in and week out. It's good for him to get and collect a couple of touches that he can also get some strength with.
Demirovic can't bring the ball down at an awkward height. Right now, Stuttgart really struggling to gain a foothold in the final third. When they do, they've got a Freiburg player right on their backs. Matanovic now backing into Jeff Chabot. So many physical battles going on everywhere you look across the pitch.
Probably falling a bit more into Freiburg's hands if the game is going like this, if it's not about too much control, if it's more making it physical. It's definitely something that's playing a little bit to their side rather than to the Stuttgart side. And I think they're still taking the battle as well, the Stuttgart players. I think they're making a good game so far. It's just probably in their favor would be getting a bit more control, getting a bit more passes, getting a bit more sequences of the ball rather than having to fight and having a lot of 50-50 duels. This is something that probably Julian Schuster had more in his match time than Sebastian Hoeneß on his side.
Now something tells me Sebastian Hoeneß will have something up his sleeve to cope with this situation.
He always has.
Maximilian Eggestein, he was the match winner on the weekend in that 2-1 win against Heidenheim. Julian Schuster crediting his players for a special performance after what was a taxing Europa League encounter in their second leg against Celta Vigo, setting up a semi-final against Portuguese outfit Braga. Freiburg with really good chances of going all the way in that competition. Would be something special for this club, especially if they manage to book tickets to 2 finals in the current campaign. Death, taxes, and Freiburg exceeding expectations. Those are 3 things you can count on in this lifetime. Tonight, Julian Schuster said that his side would have to suffer and sacrifice, and exactly what they are doing.
Exactly, but they suffer well. They do a very good job in terms of suffering, but also they trying to take control over it. And I see Julian Schuster here applauding to his team, clapping hands. He's full of energy. He wants the energy also to jump over to his players, and I think there's something from big value what he brought into this team, taking over from Christian Streich's era. That was a couple of years when you thought Freiburg only exists with Christian Streich, but then this young coach came in and he just is more successful than Freiburg ever was, and this is something shows a lot of his coaching qualities as well.
Shows what he learned from Christian Streich as well, because Schuster was a disciple of his, a captain under Christian Streich for the Black Forest side. Now taking the reins, and yes, many would have assumed it could have been a poisoned chalice, but he actually matched Christian Streich's best ever season in his debut campaign in charge, Schuster. And now this season might be one of the best in Freiburg history, but Stuttgart have something to say about that. Unfortunately, that move breaks down when Furich just wanted one more pass Now Chabot looks for Demirovic, but easy to defend for the Austrian international Philipp Lienhardt. Not many Freiburg players with World Cup aspirations this summer, but Lienhardt is one of them. Austria in a mouth-watering group with Argentina, Algeria and Jordan. Freiburg backing off a touch now. As it's worked to Leveling. Devilish delivery, but too close to Florian Müller once again. And the frustration levels are starting to rise. A few more groans with every attack that breaks down. And I think it's fair to say, Julia, Stuttgart gave a better account of themselves against Bayern early doors than they have tonight.
Yes, that's true, but also because it's a completely different game as well, and this is something that Freiburg, with their playing style, it's obviously different than the Bayern playing style, but it makes it on a different side, probably as hard as playing against the top of the Bundesliga, because you need to find different ways, different strategies as well, and as we said, it's a lot more physical, so it's a complete different challenge for the Stuttgart players today, and Freiburg so far does a very good job. They leave their heart out of the pitch and put it probably on the side they wanted to create that game, and so far it's working out well.
At this rate, Stuttgart might just need a half-time team talk from Sebastian Hoeneß to find a way back into this game. Maximilian Eggestein had that big opportunity early doors, wanted a penalty for the clip of the heels, didn't get it, but he got his goal in the end. First time in his Freiburg career he has scored in back-to-back matches after that winning effort against Heidenheim. He has found a way to get the ball past Alexander Nubel, and right now it might be enough for a precious half-time lead for his Freiburg side. 206 appearances, including tonight. This season, his effort, the first he scored in the cup. Undav to Demirovic, here's the chance for Stuttgart! And he can't keep the volley down. The former Freiburg striker. First real clear-cut opportunity that the home side have had on a frustrating first half. And the emotions are bubbling under the surface. One Stuttgart goal, something tells me they will burst free. Zambi loses out in the 50-50 to Karazor eventually. Now Undav shifts it to Leveling. Again, Grifo doing the defensive duties to double up on one of Stuttgart's biggest danger men. Round the corner it goes to Nate, who's drifted wide. He's taken Lienhardt with him. Now ball in defeat for Karazor. Back out to Leveling. Oh, what a cross that was, and Demirovic once again flicking a heel at it. Not quite in the right position to really make the most of this chance across a touch behind him. So close to pulling off what would have been a sensational effort. Stuttgart would be better served sticking to the basics, but right now Freiburg just are not letting them do that. Ginter, who actually scored in Freiburg's only cup win against Stuttgart in September of 2013. Just a few months after that semi-final defeat that left him in tears. He opened the scoring. Mike Hanke grabbed a second. Vedran Ibisevic scored late on, but it was nothing more than a consolation effort on that occasion. Is there an opportunity to get an equaliser before half-time for Stuttgart? They are coming on strong as we approach the break. Leveling, once again looking to isolate Makengo. Leveling! Oh! Through the legs of Undam, but wide of the target. Well, he is a player that Sebastian Hoeneß, his club head coach, and Julian Nagelsmann, his national team head coach, have both referenced as a player that can change games. He tried there but failed. But Freiburg want to give him many more attempts. I have to say, though, this cup tie, this semi-final showdown in the southwest of Germany, perfectly poised. The cup winners from last season are on the back foot. Local bragging rights at stake, along with a ticket to the final in Berlin on May 23rd. Undam bundles his way through once but not twice. Two minutes of time added on at the end of this first half. Loose pass, this time from Mittelstädt. Yeah, we see the back pass from Stiller that would have spiked his adrenaline. And there the goal from Eggestein. Right place, right time. Ginter did the hard work. You got to think Nubel would have saved the headed effort from Matthias Ginter, but Eggestein had the all-important touch to take it beyond Alexander Nubel. Much to the delight of the Freiburg fans, who have made the short trip to the MHP Arena. Now Suzuki, into the box he goes. Wriggles free from the pressure. Chance for Bester to whip it in. Matanovic is there, but can't gain any real purchase on the header. Big let off there for Stuttgart. Julian Nagelsmann, I'd love to know what he's made of this first half. Truth be told, Maximilian Eggestein not one of the players he'll be looking at. Few players have made more appearances than Eggestein without getting a national team cap. Over 300 appearances for Eggestein in the Bundesliga all told. Tonight, though, one of the most important goals of his career scored. Furish twists and turns, but can't break through. The 2 minutes of time added on is up. Schuster wants the whistle. Leveling wants another chance, and his cross is behind for a corner. Some generous timekeeping from Tobias Welz. Taken short, change of angle. Back post, Karatsaw, back across. Undav was there! Huge block in the Freiburg backline. Arguably the closest Stuttgart have gone on the stroke of half-time, and they're going to be allowed to take another corner, despite the 2 minutes of added time being long gone. The scarves are waving. The Stuttgart fans sense a cruel twist of fate on the stroke of half-time. Again, it's deep. Again, Karatsaw with the header back across goal. Ginter. A foul given in Freiburg's favour. And there goes the half-time whistle here at the MHP Arena. Sebastian Hoeneß and Julian Schuster, the two respective head coaches, were expecting a Pokal fight. That's exactly what we've gotten. A first half dominated by fouls, challenges, and one goal from Maximilian Eggestein that separates the sides at half-time in this Southwest showdown in the DFB Pokal Semifinals. It's Freiburg with 1 foot in the final on May 23rd. Well, that was a real battle of a 45 minutes. Two state rivals, local bragging rights, mixed in to proceedings this evening. Stuttgart are the #1 side in Baden-Württemberg, but Freiburg, the little brothers in that relationship, are making life very difficult for their big brothers. Stuttgart with more of the ball, more shots on goal, but Florian Müller still yet to make a save. And while a lot of those numbers will please Sebastian Hoeneß, the lack of attacking output will be of concern. Here's a look at the goal. Eggestein, no hint of offside, as he latched onto the header down from Matthias Ginter. A man with a bit of a personal vendetta tonight. He was the youngster in tears when Freiburg lost in the DFB Pokal semi-final to Stuttgart in 2013. But he is now the man that has provided a decisive moment as Eggestein adds to his winning goal against Heidenheim on the weekend with the opener here. Stuttgart did try and battle back, but chances were few and far between. Demirovic, the former Freiburg striker, volleying over with his only real sight of goal in the first 45 minutes. He and Dennis Undav did a lot of battling without reaping any rewards. And the question is whether Stuttgart will find any in the second half, because the cup title holders are a goal down at half-time. Join us again shortly for the second period.
The guests have taken the lead by a goal of Maxi Eggestein. So now VfB Stuttgart is under pressure if they want to return to the final to Berlin. A warm welcome. Let's analyze this first half with our expert Julia Simic. And I think it was quite interesting. You could see from the beginning that there's so much at stake because the game was so distracted.
Yes, exactly. There was no second where you could feel like now it's a bit calm, now you can breathe, you can take your eyes away from this game. No. Every duel was quite physical. I think a lot of yellow cards. Tough one for the referee, I would say, but you see also the importance of the game, what's in the game and what both teams are fighting for. And I think it's quite a battle and probably a bit to the favor of the Freiburg side so far.
And also both teams didn't get close to the box in the beginning. Sebastian Hoeneß, he chose the really offensive lineup with the 3-4-1-2, but they did not have really chances until like the end of the first half.
Yeah, exactly. It took a while for his side as well to find the access to this game, but also the match plan he probably chosen wasn't quite working so well, but also because Freiburg did a very good job. They defend very well and they disturb the game, and this is something then also with the set pieces, this is something that can decide a game. And so far Freiburg, you know, they're very well offensively in their set pieces, and they scored a goal like this.
They're the kings of the set pieces, we can state. Also Grifo, he knows exactly what to do, right?
Exactly, and I think also it's a thing as well, the quality of the cross, but also inside has to work everything, and you need to be switched on, and this is something they were better than Stuttgart so far.
So you're also working as a coach. What would you say to your team now if you would be the coach of Stuttgart?
Everything is still possible. I think this is something as well. Freiburg had played a lot of games and it's quite physical. You have to take the fight, you have to take the battle and the duels as well. I think this is something they realize now, but now it's there's something to play for. And I think in terms of tactical things, they need to be a bit more calm, cleaner also with their touches and not invite Freiburg like they did before the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Julia. The heat is still on. Let's see if Stuttgart can return into the game. Enjoy, everybody.
The dream of the final in Berlin lives on. The holders.
For Stuttgart, a Berlin return is now just one more victory away.
Against the challengers from the Black Forest.
The dream, the impossible dream.
Here are the paths Stuttgart and Freiburg have taken on their way to the DFB-Pokal Semifinal. It was a spectacular start for Stuttgart, away to Braunschweig. 8 goals.
Stenkirchen! It's a great ball in, and there's the equaliser. Stiller. Oh, he's broken through. Demirovic! 2 for Stuttgart. Oh! Incredible! And it's 2-2. I don't believe this! Dazzling deja vu! Voltemade! 3-3 after 90 minutes. Oh, it's an own goal, and Stuttgart are back in front early in extra time. Oh, it's a great turn. Oh, 4-4! We go to penalties.
And 20 penalties.
7-7 in the shootout. Saved by Nubel. Assignon to win it. And he does!
In the end, the holders progressed to the next round. Freiburg faced a first-round trip to Lotte and eased their way past the 4th-tier side.
Dixie! It's Lucas Höhler who makes it 2-0. They move on to round 2.
The second round threw up an all-Bundesliga affair for Stuttgart, who had the upper hand in Mainz.
Oh! How about that? Unduff, glorious pass, enjoy the goal. It is Stuttgart who go through to the next round of the DFB-Pokal.
2 early goals helped prepare Freiburg's passage to the round of 16.
And Freiburg make a flying start inside a minute for 1-0. Vincenzo Grifo! Well, 2 goals in 6 minutes. And there's Schmidt. Oh, El Azuzi! We have a game again. The goalkeeper's up here, punched away. Derisha hand. Job done in Düsseldorf. 3-1 for Freiburg.
Bochum is never an easy place to go, but Stuttgart navigated the next tricky test in their mission to defend their crown.
Be Hendricks to take the long throw. Oh, that's going to be an own goal! Philipp Strumpf with a catastrophic attempt to clear it. Now labelling Undav! It's another brilliant finish from Dennis Undav. The Holders march into the last 8 for the 4th season running.
Freiburg's first home game of the Cup campaign saw a Vincenzo Grifo gala.
That is how you score a penalty. A thing of sheer beauty. 1-0.
A goal and an assist from their record scorer brought victory over Darmstadt.
It's 2-0. Freiburg go through to the quarter-final of the DFB-Pokal.
Stuttgart were ice-cool in wintry weather in Kiel, winning their quarter-final tie 3-0.
Elkanus takes it, and the ball breaks here for Dennis Undav for 1-0 for Stuttgart. Away goes Furyk here, around the goalkeeper, 2-0. And Carazor still, and the ball will cross the line. For Stuttgart, a Berlin return is now just one more victory away.
At the quarter-final stage, Freiburg ended Hertha's dreams of reaching the final in their own Olympiastadion in Berlin.
Under pressure. Oh, Gexter played it blind. Straight to Suzuki. Who scores? Here's Razor. Razor! What a way to level it.
It was a nerve-wracking penalty shootout.
It's Clemens against Müller, and Müller saves! And Freiburg make their 3rd semi-final in 5 seasons. Schuster overcome with emotion, and look at what it means, pure passion.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the MHP Arena in Stuttgart, where we are savouring another DFB Pokal Semi-Final, the second. Bayern have already booked their tickets to the showpiece event in Berlin on May 23rd. Who will complete the lineup? Right now, Freiburg with a 1-goal advantage as we get ready for the second half. And if we were impressed by Bayern's dominance in their semi-final against Leverkusen yesterday, I think it's the discipline and the determination of this Freiburg side that are catching the eye tonight. But Sebastian Hoeneß's team talk will be ringing the ears of his Stuttgart players. Something tells me they're going to step it up a gear in the second half after what, by their standards, was a bit of a limp first half performance. The cup title holders looking to defend their crown. But right now, they are facing up to a semi-final exit on home soil against their state rivals, SC Freiburg. It's Stuttgart who get us back underway. A lot of moans and groans from the Stuttgart fans during half-time, lamenting their side's first half performance. We're expecting a reaction, we're expecting bigger things. 45 minutes to lay it all on the line to reach the DFB Pokal final for a second consecutive season. But with that 1-goal advantage, this game right now playing into Freiburg's hands. As commentator joined by Julia Simic. We got an early Stuttgart free kick to take in. The only goal of the game scored from a set piece as Fürich floats it back post. Ginter with a decisive defensive header, followed up by the goal scorer Maximilian Eggestein. It has been a hotly contested Final Four encounter. And Julia, we're expecting much of the same in the second half, but we're expecting a reaction from the home team.
Oh yes, and I think you can see is even now in the first minute how the game is going to be continued as well, especially from the Freiburg side. Very physical straight away, another duel in the air, and also keeping the opponent away from their own goal. But something that Stuttgart needs to get access to. They need to find a way as well in these disruptive game from Freiburg, and they don't make it easy for Stuttgart, but Stuttgart needs to take that battle on and also keep the control of the game. And something that makes themselves strong is possession, and so far it's more or less this picture what you see here. It's a lot of physicality, a lot of duels, and this is something also Stuttgart needs to find a way to deal with it.
Matanovic gingerly to his feet after the tangle there with Jeff Chabot. Those two have been having a rip-roaring one-on-one head-to-head battle all evening so far. Chabot, good front foot defending there. They were looking to move it quickly, Stuttgart, but snuffed out by Ginter. Now Makengo, fed by Grifo. Back to Vincenzo Grifo. All not cleared. Oh, Bester didn't really make the most of that opportunity, and in the end it is a goal kick, taking the sting out of proceedings.
And this is something when you see how this happened, Undaf with losing the ball straight away, and this is again something when you give away balls easily, when you make easy mistakes. Freiburg is hungry and determined as well to punish these mistakes and use them for their own advantage. So Stuttgart need to be more calm and clean in their offensive way.
They're into the Freiburg box and they've got a man over, but Chris Fürich can't wrap his foot around the ball. Clear-cut chances at a premium in the first half, but there's an early one here in the second.
And well seen here from Leveling, is exactly the right space, exactly the right time as well to pass that ball over, and Fürich might be a little bit surprised. The ball was kind of a hard pass, but still something he could definitely get behind, but he doesn't get the power behind the ball. He couldn't push it really to give it a different direction. He's quite frustrated over this forgiven chance.
And Demirovic drew the attention of many of the Freiburg defenders. That's why Fürich was so free. Once again, we've got a player prone on the pitch in Yuito Suzuki, who's now back to his feet. Now, whoever does make the DFB Pokal final, they're going to have all the bruises to show for it. Ginter with a header down to Bester. These are two sides that can be considered cup specialists. For Stuttgart, it is the third semi-final appearance under Sebastian Hoeneß in the DFB Pokal. For Freiburg, it's only their fourth ever semi-final appearance. 3 under Christian Streich, 1 under Julian Schuster now. They want more, they know they need a second goal tonight. Grifo, deflection on the cross, Mansambi! Vital block. On a rising star in the Freiburg ranks, who has the ball again here. His shot suffers the same fate. Not many players that go through a Bundesliga season scoring in both games against Bayern München, but Mansambi can claim that in the current campaign as Matanovic, the man who has been starved of service, swipes well over.
And you see here Matthias Ginter being very far away from his own goal and basically assisting this chance for Igor Matanovic. Shows a bit also how the game is going, and for me it's a bit more too much of these long balls. It's the third ball now on Undav as well. He couldn't control, so maybe think of something else, not just kicking the ball long. They have so much quality in their plays. They have so many good players on the ball, and also Undav is someone who's probably better on the ground than in the air. So also at the moment they're not using their qualities in the right way, in my opinion.
Couldn't agree with you more, Julia. And I mean, maybe that's one of the comparisons to the Bayern game when they had El Kanous and Thiago Tomas, who aren't the target men. They didn't resort to long balls. They had to find playable solutions to get those players involved, and both posed a threat. Tonight, Undav and Demirik doing a lot of hard work with no reward. Free kick for Freiburg, dealt with. Clearance only as far as Makengo to Suzuki now. He's got 3 around him, but he's skipped past all of them. Yuito Suzuki! Pushed off the ball by Nate at the last, and now the break is on for Stuttgart. Furich is herring forward down the left, labelling, looking for the cross. There's a Freiburg player ready to cut it out. Now we've got a cup game.
No, it's open, but it was always open. So, but you hear the fans now, they're there as well. They know their team needs them probably the most in maybe all of the season.
Furich, one-on-one with Bester, digs out the cross. Muller comes to collect, and commanding bit of goalkeeping for a man who is still yet to make a save this evening.
Yes, and well done. And how important is it to just have the brave goalkeeping side behind you as well for this defensive line? I think this is something as well from big value. But here you see Suzuki again on the run as well, and this is something Stuttgart needs to be aware of, because if he's in the box dribbling, very agile as well, hard to get off the ball, is a big threat for the Freiburg side.
Oh, Mittelstädt with a loose pass there that caused problems for Jeff Chabot. Well, one of the big questions being asked in the press room at half-time was whether someone would be sent off before the end of this game. We had that flurry of yellow cards early doors. At one point we had more yellow cards than shots on goal in this game. Things have calmed down a touch in that particular regard. But there are emotions at play tonight that aren't at play in most games of a season. Young players and more experienced ones both needing to keep cool heads, which should prevail. Well, this cup run has all been about healing the wounds left from their heartbreaking loss in the final to Leipzig in 2022. For Stuttgart, the chance to go to the final in back-to-back seasons. For Freiburg, it would be only their second ever final appearance. But this is a side who love to punch above their weight. And right now they've landed a significant blow. They've got their hopes rattled. Next goal so decisive in determining where this cup tie might go. And to be honest, your guess is as good as mine as to who's going to get it. Suzuki, another nice touch, Manzambi! Oh, he got the ball taken off his toes by Chabot at the last. Read the danger well there, Jeff Chabot. Oh, Vincenzo Grifo, the next to go into the book. The Freiburg captain. He would have enjoyed that nutmeg from Manzambi.
Yeah, that was a very smooth one. But you see as well that Freiburg is just also making their way into this game in like having the ball as well, and then they have a couple of good players that are able to create chances on the floor as well. With being, you see this in little moments when they're a bit more switched on, where they're thinking a bit quicker and they're creating a bit quicker than Stuttgart does so far. And for Stuttgart, everything looks like hard work today. If it's with the ball, if it's against the ball, you don't see that smile in their faces, a will in their faces. Maybe yes, but it's not going easy. Whereas in Freiburg, it's a bit more of that hunger visible, I think, and this is why so far the momentum is more on their side.
I go back to a quote from Stuttgart head coach Sebastian Hoeneß, who talked about the fact that he stands for attractive, brave and attacking football, and Freiburg are stifling Stuttgart in every department tonight.
I agree a lot, and also probably this is something that Sebastian Hoeneß also mentioned in halftime, because they're giving away a chance, a huge chance that they can't probably have a second chance for. They have this chance now and these second 45 minutes and probably now 35 minutes to go, or even more if it goes to additional time. But this is something now they need to start doing and not waiting until it's just falling in their place.
Well, Nate looked like he caught Ginter with a high foot, but play goes on. Freiburg build. Suzuki, Makengo, Manzambi out wide. Three in the middle to aim for. Johan Manzambi drives to the byline. Oh, gets past his man momentarily, goes to ground, but I don't think there was any contact. Absolutely no appeals from Manzambi.
Sometimes a good indicator is the way the players stand up again without any problems, without even looking at the referee, and he knew straight away that's probably not gonna be given.
Julian Schuster is seeing his young 20-year-old midfielder try and dip into some of his individual brilliance and quality. Very exciting player to watch this season, Johan Manzambi. Cross goes low, easily dealt with by Lienhardt. And again, Stuttgart with every player inside the Freiburg half, but Freiburg aren't able to quite break the lines quickly with vertical passes in transition. Very difficult balancing act for Maximilian Eggestein and company. How brave do they be? How defensive do they need it to be to keep themselves in front? It was after Freiburg's first and only ever appearance in the DFB-Pokal final that Niklas Höfler, one of the longest serving players that's still on the Freiburg books, talked about it potentially being a once-in-a-lifetime experience for for many of his players and his teammates. Right now, they are 31 minutes removed from it not being a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Applause from the MHP Arena because Stuttgart are readying substitutions.
And that's probably the thing you can do now as a coach, is putting new energy in. Sometimes 1 or 2 subs can make a difference as well in terms of the momentum that changes, the energy as well, to switch it off a bit, and also trying to give a bit more of a different impulse into this game.
Chris Führig can change the game on a dime as he finds a lovely ball to Stiller. Deflection on the cross, all the way through. Chance to the line, Undaf, back across, it's there! Proton Muller with the save! Huge moment on the hour mark, and that is the first time Florian Muller has had to keep Stuttgart out. But how did Angelo Stiller not poke this one over the line?
First of all, great idea from Undaf to place that ball exactly in the right place, because there were a lot of feet, a lot of trouble in the box, and a lot of traffic as well.
Suzuki, a deflection on his cross, and this time it's Nubel's turn to scramble. Oh, this has all the makings of a very tense cup tie. Long ball for Demirovic. 2 in the middle to work with. Undaf is one of them. Lovely first touch, tees it up now for Stiller! The offside flag is up. The celebrations will be stifled. The news hasn't reached all the Stuttgart fans just yet, but it'll filter through gradually. Was Demirovic offside? Yes.
Yes, he was. And also not very, very close, but I think well done from the linesman still to let it go, because if he's not right, it would take away a goal of Stuttgart. Here you could see the great quality of the left foot of Angelo Stiller, and this is something you need to use more to bring yourself into situations like this, and also use what we keep saying, use your own qualities more rather than just operating with long balls. These moments, place your opponent, operate, prepare it a bit better, and then place these balls in behind the Freiburg line is something that's exactly missing in the game of Stuttgart so far.
But they're raising their game in the second half. Now all they need is the fine margins to fall their way. So far tonight, those fine margins have been in Freiburg's favour more often than not. Eggestein, right place, right time for the Freiburg goal. When Undaf was at the end of the first half, his shot blocked. And then moments like this at the start of the second where Stuttgart are chipping away. But they're being denied by the minor details that can prove so decisive in a cup tie like this. Now they're going to look to the bench. Bilal El Kanous is coming on for Nicolas Nate. El Kanous, who was a live wire against Bayern on Sunday. His fresh legs will serve Stuttgart well.
Yes, and probably a little bit of more like this playable mode as well. Keep the ball on the ground. Try to be a bit that creative element that is missing so far, but also he needs to be the one that puts probably a bit of control into this game and gets his teammates to be more clean, be more clear with the passes, and not give balls away easily like they did in the majority of the game.
Here we see it was tighter than we thought, because Philipp Twey was a little deeper in the back line than his 2 centre-backs. But still the correct call by the officials. Stiller denied the equaliser. Grifo. Ginter with a header, he took it off his teammate's toes. Grifo's deliveries are some of the best in the business from set pieces.
But when you see this, especially as a coach, you feel like Stuttgart is definitely sleeping here. There are 3 players of Freiburg completely alone, but then they take themselves the ball away, and probably Lina was in a better position than Ginter was.
Manzambi shot blocked, it might break for Matanovic. Nubel spills. Yeah, this game is really stretched now in the second half. Freiburg are trying to be brave and looking for a second goal, but they're leaving themselves a touch exposed, and Stuttgart are picking them apart as Ginter with a vital touch to take it away from Demirovic. But corner conceded, and the Stuttgart fans sense their side in the ascendancy. The 12th man trying to lift their team to greater heights. Can Stuttgart use this energy to find an equaliser? Furich with the corner again. Plenty at the back post to aim for. Goes short to Mittelstädt, back to Furich. Doesn't beat the first man. Chabot, closed down by Manzambi. No foul. And now the break is on, it's 3-on-3 for Freiburg. The pass from Manzambi asked a lot of Vincenzo Grifo, who's not the fastest winger that German football's ever known. Straight back comes Stuttgart. Makengo can't get the block on the cross, but Lienhardt cuts it out again. I have to say, Lienhardt and Ginter are really excelling at the back for Freiburg tonight. Such an experienced and well-rounded centre-back pairing. But now Furich ghosting in at the back post. And Niklas Bester does just enough to put him off with a shot.
And what of an intense game we're watching here and seeing here, because it's just goes end to end. No team can take a moment to breathe, and here we see this big chance. Finally, we have a chance to rewatch that scene, because we couldn't the last 10 minutes really, but I think Stiller wasn't in the situation where he could really put some pressure behind the ball, as the ball was never under control, because again Freiburg defended well. You see the frustration, and I'm totally with them, because it's just so intense for both sides here.
To be honest, I wish I had a second screen that was just dedicated to those two fans, because they've been brilliant every time we've had a look at their reactions. Meanwhile, there was a heavy fall here for Maximilian Mittelstädt. Leapt well against Bester, but got table-topped in the end.
Yeah, I think Mittelstädt just threw everything into this duel he could, but Bester couldn't even do anything, because he was just jumping on his back, and that's what probably they just discussed between them two.
There is Jochen Zeyer, the chief sport officer. For Freiburg, who right now is watching Johan Manzambi get ready for a long throw. Ooh, wow, that was a real battle for the ball. Chabot had a huge chunk of Lienhardt's kit, and Lienhardt is having a quick word with the referee Tobias Weltz as he wakes his way back there. Chabot was certainly playing with fire the way he was handling the danger there. Lienhardt's back in a defensive position now. There's a real fire in this second half now. A gripping game developing at the MHP Arena. It was intense in the first half, but it's even more intense in the second. And we've got less fouls to disrupt the rhythm of the game, which is helping things in this semi-final. Manzambi, the most fouled player on the pitch, but no foul there from Leveling.
And I like the line of the referee here, because he lets the game breathe a bit, he lets it going, he doesn't disrupt the game with every touch being a foul. So I like his line he found now, and he said now, to make this game probably more alive.
Mittelstädt. Ginter telegraphing and clearing the cross. Muller not done any favours there by Yuito Suzuki, but gets the ball clear of danger. tell you that Derry Sherhant is stripped off and ready to come on the sidelines for Freiburg in what will be their first change of the game. Who will his fresh legs replace? That's the question. Manzambi. He's got Bester on the overlap. Bester to Matanovic! And Suzuki blocked again! Desperate defending from Stuttgart, but they survive an almighty double scare. And now they might break down the other end. The ball is on. El Khanous just has to play it. But he holds on. He's got Undav to his right. Here's Dennis Undav. Oh, he's done it! Dennis Undav! Rhythm is the dancer. Dennis Undav is the answer. And Stuttgart are level in the semi-final. The cup crown title defence is still alive and kicking. And a huge moment for Dennis Undav. Top goal scorer this season, 24 in all competitions, but this one crucial.
But look where this goal comes from a huge chance from Suzuki. And then Stuttgart isn't there to control this game. They are not there to control the passes. They are just there to use it to their own advantage. And there's a one wave, and El Khanous missed that first pass, but there's a second wave with Undav, and this is exactly what you can't explain, what Undav is making so great. He just has a different sense for the ball, for the space, using one touch. And the first impulse is probably the wrong idea, but it's exactly the right thing to do because the goalkeeper is not ready to set his legs to defend that ball. He's just taking all the momentum, all the speed as well of the ball, and this is great, great goal really from Undav here. Big quality to score that one.
They love him here in Stuttgart. And it's because he delivers moments like that. He is a maverick. But he's a match-winning maverick as well. And now the decimal levels are hitting their peak here at the MHP Arena. Meanwhile, Derry Sherhant has come on for Freiburg. Vincenzo Grifo, the man, making way. Now Undav. A late block there on the Undav shot. Mittelstädt really going through the back of Niklas Bester there, and easy foul to give in Freiburg's favour. Vincenzo Grifo this season becoming the club's all-time top goal scorer in all competitions and in the Bundesliga, but didn't have a sight of goal to work with. And the momentum shift is taking place before your eyes.
Yeah, let's see what this goal does to the game. If this is something that's taking a bit the control in terms of the disruptive control of Freiburg, or is it something that is keeping the games just as open as it is? Because you see, it's still so hard to get control in this game because both teams are playing quite alike now. They're just trying to win duels, they're just trying to put in physicality, but they're also trying to play constructive, productive football without many passes, without many sequences. Place the ball where it can get a goal, really.
El Khanous sees his cross cut out. Matanovic now 1-on-3, but he's made it work. He's got Sherhant to his left. Oh, he's gone diving in, and that's a bit of a rash challenge at full stretch. That is the do-or-die element of this DFB-Pokal tie. Players have to leave it all on the line. They're willing to go to their limits, but another well-earned yellow card this time for Matanovic. Maybe not, maybe not.
Exactly, it looked a lot, he made out a lot more than it actually was. From the first impulse I was saying it looked horrible, but he didn't really touch him, and it's, yes, you might give a yellow card, but nothing more, and this is something the Stuttgart bench, I think all the players, all the staff was standing up and asking for a red card, really, because it looked a bit like it, but it's definitely not.
Another opportunity to look at this chance for Suzuki. The goal scorer in the quarterfinals against Hertha Berlin.
And what a big chance they just gave away, but also probably a decisive action for the game, because this allowed Stuttgart to play that counter and to be successful in front of goal, where you could just decide the game with that shot of Suzuki. And this is why probably Grifo is so angry at this point, because their game could have fallen into a complete different direction.
And that was the tough balancing act for Freiburg in this second half. How do you show bravery looking for a second goal whilst keeping things tight at the back against the Stuttgart side that loves scoring goals under Sebastian Hoeneß? 103 in all competitions. And Dennis Undav with 24 of them, which is double the amount of the next top scorer, Ermedin Demirovic, who has 12. Right now, Ramon Hendricks is certainly not moving freely, and Sebastian Hoeneß looks to the options on his bench. A look at the statistics from the last 20 minutes. And again, the chances are there for both teams, but Stuttgart have found the clinical touch that Freiburg found in the first half. And they want more. Furich. El Khanous on the turn. Flashed across the face of goal, but no vital touch on it. Furich now flitting into a pocket of space. El Khanous with time to pick his options. Tried a little too much. It comes to Stiller now. One goal ruled out. There is no release for Freiburg from this relentless pressure. Furich. Clearance did Freiburg no favours. Karatzow to Stiller. El Khanous, he's picking up some interesting positions. He has certainly been the impact player off the bench, El Khanous.
He's a great element, and you mentioned the last 20 minutes since El Khanous is in the game. A lot has fallen more into Stuttgart's place, because he's something that was missing in the first half and also in the majority of the second half, is exactly this. Keep the ball, waiting for the right moment rather than just kicking it into tight areas where you can lose the ball. Since he's on the field, Stuttgart is taking a lot over. They are quite more dominant. They're waiting for the right pass at the right timing as well, and this is something that changed with him, and probably also a big factor for the result so far.
Share hands. Hasn't had a chance to really affect the game off the bench just yet, in the same way that Bilal El Khanous has. And now Stuttgart are marching forward again. Early ball, but cut out by Ginter. He's not 19 years old anymore, but will he be about to suffer the same fate against Stuttgart in the DFB-Pokal Semifinals as he and the captain back then, Julian Schuster, did? April 2013. In this second half, Stuttgart now playing like the cup title holders, playing like a side that could qualify for the Champions League for the second time in 3 seasons, in the Bundesliga as well. And we couldn't have said that of them after the first half. Derry share hands. asking questions of the Stuttgart backline and the referee, Tobias Welz.
And I also like the exact same like before we've seen as well, is just getting up quickly, but it's a try. It's like taking one-on-one duels, especially trying to get into the box, because then it's always, you always have to hesitate a bit as a defender as well if you come with speed, and it's exactly what you need to do as a winger.
Undav fed the ball out wide to Leveling, taking on Makengo. Squeezed the cross past Makengo, and all the pace taken off of the ball.
And well done, you hear it as well, the fans clapping hands. This is also because they trying to place Freiburg in there and not letting them out, and trying to put a good press defense to win the ball back quickly again.
Undav having a lot more positive moments in this second half. Stuttgart win the battle in midfield, but Karator with a poor pass to Ginter. Now Suzuki able to turn. Outlet looking for Manzambi, but it needed to go other side or over. Leveling. Nice little dummy, Mittelstedt. Looking for Demirovic. Lienhardt winning. Out at the back. Of course, if scores stay level at the end of 90, we go to 120. And if they're still level, then we go to a shootout. El Canus. Counter is on for Freiburg. Manzambi's pass to Scherhant forces him wide. Makengo offers support, so too does Eggestein. Had to win the 50-50 for Dylan. Another moment where Freiburg have committed men forward. They might get caught out at the other end. Undav's drifted. He's got Demirovic in the middle. Oh, deflection off the post! Muller was beaten. But the woodwork is rattled.
And here they can be very lucky that this ball didn't go in, because Müller didn't have a chance to get it back, and Undav exactly again the right idea to put it on Demirovic. The plan was there, and it was a good timing between them two, but then the ball got all of a sudden very, very dangerous with without even the intention probably. I think maybe Undav's idea was to be deflected, but I don't think so. But you see the game is so open now, but Stuttgart is now taking control over this game, and you see Freiburg is suffering now, and it's probably the first time that they want to slow it down a bit. They want to calm a bit, and they want to breathe a bit, but this is something that Stuttgart didn't allow them in the last couple of minutes. So let's see how far their legs can still bring the Freiburg side, because they feel to get a bit tired now.
Toy wins the 50-50. It's out to Makengo. Can pick his cross. And it's picked off by Jeff Chabot, who's arguably a candidate for man of the match tonight, the Stuttgart centre-back. And now a living legend in the Freiburg ranks. A man who has delivered important winning goals in cup ties in the past. Lukas Höhler coming on for Igor Matanovic. A lot of hard work, not a lot of reward for Matanovic tonight. But Höhler will pick up the battle where he leaves off. Another long throw from Manzambi. Höhler's underneath it. Höhler with a flick on. And Suzuki deflected behind, but not for a corner. The man who came so close to putting this game beyond Stuttgart's reach. Seconds before the home side to be the decisive moment of this semi-final matchup. Lest we forget, these are two teams that were competing in all three competitions. Stuttgart aren't anymore, but Freiburg are. Several players out there with over 45 appearances to their name. Eggestein and Ginter. This is their 46th game of the season. For Freiburg and Stiller, it's their 47th. Eggestein. Oh, the pass needed to be more accurate for Hurler. Scored the opening goal for Freiburg. But in this second half, the visitors have been starved of goal-scoring opportunities for the most part. Meanwhile, Dennis Undav and Stuttgart are racking up the chances. They had a lot of touches in the first half, but the touches have been a lot more influential in the second, Julia.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Undav found better positions now, but also because the team helped him more. This is exactly what he does so well. Not with the head, it's with his feet, where he can control the balls, where he can also be a bigger value for his team than just trying to jump in the air. He's not the tallest, he's not the most physical one, he's not that target player, the typical one. And this is something where he's a lot more of use now in the second half.
Makengo finds Sherhand. A chance for Freiburg to commit forward. Sherhand to Suzuki. Bester on the outside. Here's Jan Nicholas Bester. Two for company, forced backwards. Toy. Decent delivery, but doesn't find its intended target. Makengo wants the foul, isn't going to get it. Furish is making the run. Undav is up. El Kanous arriving as well, so to Demirovic. Here is Bilal El Kanous. Goes it alone, but straight at Florian Müller. Didn't have a single save to make in the first half. He's been the busier keeper in the second.
Yep, and he needed another touch, but also Freiburg is still discussing a little bit with the referee as Mansambi didn't get the free kick. And another one is exactly like this. Stuttgart doesn't wait for a second. They continue their attacks now, one after another, and this is exactly, they set the speed now, the tempo of the game. They don't want to give Freiburg a second to breathe, really, and this is, you mentioned all the games the players have in their legs, and there are a couple of more games, especially waiting for Freiburg on an international duty as well. So I feel like tiredness can become a factor in the next couple of minutes.
Both of these teams have already gone beyond the 90 minutes once in the Cup this season. For Stuttgart, the title holders, their title defence almost failed to get off the ground. They played out a 3-3 draw against second-tier Eintracht Braunschweig after 90 minutes. It's a 4-4 after extra time. Oh, Undav looking for that same bottom corner.
And you see El Kanous waving to the fans, keep going, and he's probably still this active factor in the game that trying to push his teammates, trying to push the fans, and another great idea of him finding Dennis Undav, and now he took 2 touches, but a little bit too far on the left side, but another good chance for Undav to score a goal.
Oh, the fans of the MHP Arena, those around our commentary position, are living and breathing every second of this dramatic conclusion. And while both teams have gone to extra time already once this season, something tells me both would prefer to avoid doing it again.
From a neutral perspective, I don't want this game to end because there's so much in it, but let's see how this is going to continue.
And it's hard to say no to an extra half an hour of a gripping game like this. The type of game that's shaving a few days off the lives of the Stuttgart and Freiburg fans in attendance. Not to mention the two head coaches. One goal from a set-piece situation already for Freiburg. Seconds remaining in normal time. Bester. Good delivery. Lienhardt is offside. Flag was up early there from the linesman on this near side.
Good eyes. Well done. Good scene from the referee.
Nice to see officials trust their instincts in the age of VAR. 4 minutes of time added on. The Stuttgart fans in the Kahnstadter Kurve behind Florian Müller's goal are doing everything they can to lift their side to greater heights, to suck the ball towards goal. Oh, the jeopardy is palpable. Ginter loses out against Undav, is then slow to his feet as Demirovic battles with two Freiburg players. The action taking place right under the nose of Sebastian Ernest, who felt his side should have got a foul. Now it's Demirovic that's hobbling a touch. These are the bumps and bruises that'll all be worth it if they get a ticket to the DFB-Pokal final in their hands. And Undav has Furich out wide. Chris Furich goes in alone! Oh! Muller claws it out for another Stuttgart corner. You can see what he was trying to do.
Exactly, and from our angle we could exactly see how the ball was flying and was curved into the right corner, but then he saw that too, the goalkeeper, and what a save from him, what a decisive one as well. He needed to be there when in this situation like he was, but another corner for Stuttgart and something to probably use for their own advantage. But you see, Stuttgart is not done yet.
Corner, dangerous, right into the 6-yard box, and fired back in, but wide. From the bright spark that is Bilal El-Khanous. He has been the game changer.
Definitely. If I would be a Stuttgart fan, I would probably buy one of his shirts, because the way he's playing tonight is, it's great. He puts up a firework on the field, and he's from such a big value for his team.
Well, there was a real reaction when the Stuttgart fans saw that El-Khanous had been called to the bench to come on. The excitement was already palpable before he'd even taken to the pitch, and he can understand why.
They knew it before us.
But then again, they've watched him play all season. They know what he's capable of. Good ball, Hurler's there. Oh, Mittelstedt! Yikes, what kind of a back pass was that?
He wanted to check if Nübel is still there, but he was.
Down the line it goes to El-Khanous. He's got the pace. He's one-on-one with Lienhardt, the nutmeg, and El-Khanous is free. Demirovic waits in the middle. So too does Undav. But Muller with another mighty save. How have Stuttgart not won this DFB-Pokal semi-final? Hats off to Florian Müller. Where would Freiburg be tonight without their cup goalkeeper? There is still space for sentiment in modern football, and Müller proving why there is.
And what a big chance for Dennis Undav, and you know what he's given away here, because yes, great goalkeeping saves, but also he has to do this job. The ball is coming very central here. Good reaction still, but Undav could have placed this ball a lot better, because assist from El Khanous was great. He found exactly the right player to pass the ball in, but another very smooth dribbling from El Khanous, and what he's doing tonight with the ball is great. The ball is his best friend today, and I think it's great. The footwork, the touches, it's just, yeah, unbelievable.
A bit of glitter in the eyes of the Stuttgart fans. They've got their eyes trained on another DFB Pokal final. And while their first half performance was flat and not befitting of title holders, very different story since the restart. But as things stand, we're set for another half an hour here at the MHP Arena. It might be another half an hour without Matthias Ginter for Freiburg. He picked up that ankle knock earlier. He's tried to run it off. Clearly in some discomfort still. But he's also the type of player that will play on through the pain, especially on a night like tonight. Will Freiburg still be dancing at two weddings come the end of this evening? And after a taxing second leg against Celta Vigo, a taxing 2-1 win against Heidenheim, this another taxing outing for Freiburg. They led courtesy of Maximilian Eggestein's goal in the first half, but Dennis Undav getting the goal that Stuttgart's second half performance deserved. But there has been no separating these sides over 90 minutes. Now we go to 120 and maybe penalties. This is not the fiercest rivalry you'll find in German football, as you can tell by some of the shots we're getting at the fans. But everyone enjoying their night out right now at the MHP Arena, and no one saying no to an extra 30 minutes of this one, Julia.
Exactly, as we said, we can't say no to this intense game, because I think there's something for everyone in this game. Now you see a very good team with Stuttgart playing their style of play, but also Freiburg, the way they defended, and also just a brave way as well to play. Disruptive, yes, but also very physical and also so intense. I think both teams so far can be very proud of their performance. Stuttgart won the second half, Freiburg the first half, and now we see what's happening in the next couple of minutes.
Well, as mentioned, both of these sides have gone beyond the 90 already in the DFB Pokal this season. That 4-4 draw for Stuttgart in the first round against Braunschweig, which they won 8-7 in at the penalty shootout. For Freiburg, of course, it was the quarterfinals when they went all the way to penalties against second-tier Hertha Berlin. 0-0 after 90. Suzuki broke the deadlock, but there was a Fabian Reese equaliser before they won 5-4 via the shootout. Now we get to revisit some of the highlights, of which Bilal El Khanous was involved heavily. And this is the big chance right at the death for Dennis Undav to bag his brace and win it for Stuttgart. He has had the most shots of any player on the pitch, Dennis Undav. And a bit like the Stuttgart performance, if his first half wasn't good, the second half was a lot more about what Undav is all about.
Oh, definitely, and this scene probably speaks for the second half of Stuttgart. The smoothness as well that came in with El Khanous as well. The idea he brought is something that lifted the whole team, and then you see a very frustrated Dennis Undav, because he knew he had it on his feet and he knew he had it in his legs as well to decide this game earlier. And now they have to fight for another at least 30 minutes to then see if it's penalties or if they can decide it. Also them, Freiburg, decide the game in the next 30 minutes.
Well, before tonight, after his goal last night, only Harry Kane was involved in more goals than Dennis Undav in the DFB Pokal. Kane has got 8 goals and 1 assist. Undav now 5 goals, 4 assists, 9 goal involvements apiece. 2 very different strikers, 2 strikers that might yet meet in Berlin on May 23rd. The question is, after this respite, can Stuttgart maintain the ascendancy? Can they stay on the front foot? players almost ready to get extra time underway. Another flip of the coin for Tobias Welz. Meanwhile, I think Stuttgart are going to make a change before the restart. Maximilian Eggestein now got the captain's armband, needed a reminder of his captain's duties there. Stuttgart will again be playing towards the Karnstadter Kurve in the second half of extra time. Meanwhile, the former Freiburg striker Ermedin Demirovic, he was having his calves worked for cramp. He is replaced by Thiago Tomasz. His fresh legs will be difficult for the Freiburg backline to handle, you have to think. Oh dear, what's gone on here? Bilal El Khanous, I believe, has been ill on the pitch. I mean, he put in a gut-busting performance after coming off the bench. Oh dear, he's having a bit of fun with it. He's obviously got a bit of a weak stomach, Dennis Undav. Oh, the physios are on. Do they have to clean it up? Oh, that's a rough job. But I guess they've got to check in with El Khanous that he is okay. I mean, if he had been on from the start, I would understand it, right? You've left it all out on the pitch, maybe.
I experienced this with a couple of players, that they get a bit of a stomach ache sometimes. It's the nerves, maybe it's the stress, it's the adrenaline, and sometimes you just bodies react like this, and things have to go out quickly of your body, and it's not nice, especially if you think of being close to this area. But he seems to be all right, but also it's necessary to check, because it's still something that can turn out a bit more severe. And here we see the rest of it, and Undav doing the job.
Oh dear, we really have had a cup clash that's had a bit of everything, but I don't think anyone wanted that on the checklist.
It's an intense game, right?
It is, it does underline the fact that both of these teams are pushing to their limits here in the Final Four of the DFB-Pokal. It has been an electric night with an electric atmosphere, a stunning scene in Stuttgart, a brilliant night for these two state rivals. We've had goosebumps on many an occasion. It's a night for heroes and villains, a bit of drama, some dreams. But where will the drama come, and whose dreams will be turned into reality? Stuttgart looking to reach consecutive DFB-Pokal finals as they look to defend the cup crown. Free kick taken quickly. Hurler in behind. Lucas Hurler! Oh, it's been pulled back. Oh, Freiburg were allowed to take the free kick, but now Tobias Welz pulls it back after the goal has been scored. What a start to extra time that would have been, inside a minute. Hurler almost with the early heroics, but I'd love to clear that one up, because there was no reaction from the officials after the free kick got taken quickly.
Without even knowing what happened here, I think what you still can say is that Freiburg has shied away from trying to win this game. Exactly the opposite. They're still trying to be a factor here in this game, and it's still very open. I think this is nothing that is already won for Stuttgart. It's exactly the opposite. You have to fight for every meter here, in Freiburg need a little breather, especially in the last minute, but now they're back on track.
Suzuki, it works for Hurler. Out wide for Bester. Share hands at the back post. Chabot again with the defensive header. A truly monstrous defensive performance from Jeff Chabot. And while Undav has got the goal, Chabot might be the man of the match. But Undav has other things to say about that, as his Trivela cross wreaks havoc for Philipp Lienhardt.
Wow, and what a nice idea from Dennis Undav here. And I think Ekanus just didn't expect the ball to reach him, then to arrive at him, and you can see straight away his reaction. That was a foul. That was a foul that was given from the referees. A lot of people here were with a lot of question marks. What happened here? But it was a foul, and probably something that doesn't fit to the line the referee said before, because there were a lot of quite similar duels, in my opinion. And I interpretate your nodding that you're exactly my opinion, because I'm not sure with the referee's decision here.
It was generous, because yes, as you pointed out, the fouls we've seen tonight that have been allowed to play on, that should have been another. Meanwhile, Angelo Stiller and Yuito Suzuki. Now, what I wonder is whether Höhler understands that his goal was called off because of a foul and not because the free kick was taken quickly. He gets another booking because he remonstrates a little too much. But again, I mean, he has every right to be aggrieved about the foul decision as well as the referee calling the goal off, because it seemed like a very trademark shoulder-to-shoulder. And on a night where Jeff Chabot has been monstrous at the back, he actually wasn't as strong as he could have been. That's what Lukas Höhler is all about. Oh, but this is knockout football at its finest. Do or die, make or break. Here's Thiago Tomasz. Support arrives, but the pass behind Stiller still works out for Karator. Now see, that should be a foul as well, but not given. So why was Höhler's goal chalked off? A big talking point maybe. Sherhat now is on the march and fouled by Hendricks. He tried to leapfrog the challenge to his credit, but there was a tangle in the end. It has not been an easy night for Tobias Veldt, truth be told, the referee.
Very hard. Probably one of the hardest games to whistle, because it's so many duels, and you see the intensity in each duel as well. This is something that's always so close to decision making, and I liked the line of the referee so much before, and this was probably one moment there you could be like a different opinion, and everything else I was very happy, and I think you could say he's leading the game in a very good manner so far.
Bester. It's in there, and Lienhardt, chest and volley, appeals for a handball that are a bit half-hearted. Bester goes all the way back to Florian Müller. Because if Jeff Chabot's had a monstrous performance at the back for Stuttgart, then Florian Müller, especially after the start of the second half, had a monstrous performance at the back for Freiburg. Höhler and Chabot battling again. Nice ball to pierce the lines. And another from Knuth to find Undav. He's one-on-one, and Führich is bursting through the middle. Führich to win it! Oh, it's off the post! Second time tonight that Stuttgart hit the woodwork. They come again with Mittelstädt, and that one's dragged well wide.
And another so tight situation here from Führich as well. There's so many good elements in this game from a neutral perspective. It just goes left and right. You don't know. You can never feel safe here, because every second something can happen, and this is well played again. Undav waited for the right moment, because he knows he's not the speed to take that one-on-one, but he waited for Führich being in the right position where he can actually straight away shoot, and he took it a bit too far to the right. Müller didn't have a chance to clear it, but yeah, another big one for the Stuttgart side.
Stuttgart once again so close to taking a lead for the first time tonight. Pokal past have won the title and retained it. Stuttgart could this season become the 9th, but they've got to get to the final first to have a chance. These fans, they're really up for the extra time here. They were silenced by Eggestein's opener, but to a man they've been magnificent. To a woman and child as well, truth be told. A couple of children maybe will be going to work, or excuse me, to school a little bit later tomorrow. Maybe some people going to work a little bit later.
If you are a Stuttgart fan, you can't leave now.
Karantor again with that header deep from the corner. That idea is working out. It's not just producing the end results yet. The MHP Arena is once again on its feet.
And this can be a factor when you think of, should I make this run? Should I go into this 1 meter more? Should I take this tackle? And then you hear these probably 55,000 fans or 50,000 fans behind you. In terms of the Stuttgart side, they're pushing you, they're applauding, they're demanding for more, and this is probably the couple of percentages that can be an advantage when you play at home in front of these fans.
Labelling to Fürich. Labelling has the beating of Troy. Now sometimes you see teams really shut up shop in extra time, almost playing for the penalties. Not the case here. This Baden-Württemberg battle rages on.
And sometimes Alcanus is too quick, even for his teammates, because Thiago Tomas couldn't even get out of the offside position, and Sebastian Nunes says it a bit calmer. We need more quiet moments as well to control.
And this is where the players are really feeling the muscles. Jordi Makengo needing treatment. The coaches take a chance to chat to some players. The players take a chance to take on some water. We take the chance to look at this Fürich opportunity. Muller beaten, but the woodwork wasn't.
And what a huge position to really score, because he didn't even need power, he didn't even need so much precision, he just needed to find a way around Müller. And he did, but it was too far to the right side, and you see the frustration, and this was probably the best chance they had in the second, or in the additional time.
I was going to say, it's desperation, it's exasperation. Every emotion on the spectrum has been felt by both sets of fans tonight. The euphoria for Freiburg at the start, now the frustration at the fact that they're really being pinned back and struggling to find a way forward. For Stuttgart, it's the other way around. The frustrations in the first half have now given way to the excitement of the seconds, and the ascendancy still in the host's favour in injury time. And Jordi Makengo is off for Christian Günther. Niklas Bester replaced by Lukas Kübler. It was Emmet Indivirovic who missed that decisive penalty in the shootout against Leipzig almost 4 years ago. But Christian Günther also missed in that particular shootout. A moment he talked about still haunting him. He was one of the first players to talk about demons being exercised after the shootout win against Hertha Berlin in the quarter-finals. They might have to exercise more demons via the same method tonight. Undav again, establishing himself against the physical presences of Lienhardt and Ginter. El Khanous to Undav, back to El Khanous. El Khanous! Oh, Müller! Müller with another magnificent save. The Stuttgart fans, Fritzl, they can't believe they haven't got a goal to put them in front.
And probably a lot of people already saw the ball going in, including us, I think as well. It looked from here like it's already in, but then there was this hand of Müller just putting it a bit to the side with probably not even 5 fingers, probably only 3, but it was enough to prevent this ball being a goal.
More defending to do from the corner. Müller with a punch clear. I mean, between the deflected cross that he got fingertips onto the post and that save there, I mean, 2 of the best that we've seen all season. The drive from range is wayward and wasteful from Freiburg. This really has been breathless and breathtaking. A true Pokal fight.
Well done, and he created this chance again on his own. He was quicker than all of the rest, all these 4 or 5 defenders of Freiburg. He had the idea with Undav as well, and it's a 1-2, and then you see this frustration because he's just so maximizing his level here and putting everything he's able to on the pitch, and this is a great save still from Müller. And the teammates knew where to put the thank to.
The questions will have been asked of Julian Schuster. Noah Atubolo is the undisputed #1 goalkeeper, but Müller's been the cup goalkeeper. But do you change your decision in the semi-final knowing that the final is at stake? Schuster keeps faith with Müller, and Müller has rewarded that faith in kind more than once tonight. If anyone deserves to be a match winner, Bilal El Khanous is a very strong candidate.
To be honest, there are a couple. If you see what Chabot is doing, what Ginter is doing, what El Khanous is doing, also Undav in the second half, but then you saw Eggestein, they all maximizing really what they're able to tonight, and it's worth it because there's a lot to fight for in this game.
Lavening loses out in the end. Manzambi, he's young, he's got runs left in him. Johan Manzambi does well to keep possession. Oh, Thiago Tomás, no foul against the Portuguese. 2 minutes on the 4th official's board as El Khanous gets clattered into by Christian Günther. Not easy to get up to the pace of play for someone like Christian Günther coming off the bench.
Yeah, I think this game has a speed that's not seen very often because it doesn't stop. We're in the 105th minute and the intensity doesn't stop. It keeps going. It's not still a lot of passes. It's just on and on and on, and it's a duel after duel, a dribbling after dribbling, and a set piece after set piece, just because there's so much in this game and so many duels are being fought.
Contact made, Labeling accepted the invite to go to ground. Free kick taken by Stuttgart, Labeling to Stiller. Furish. Undav back to goal, back to Furish. A slit. Stiller almost. Oh yeah. Clip of the Achilles for Johan Manzambi, the most fouled man on the pitch tonight. To be honest, a youngster that's done very well to avoid a second booking himself.
Well done, he's still there, and there's still not a red card, so I think everyone managed their emotions quite well.
Well, the first half of extra time is over. The status quo unchanged. It's still 1-1 in this Southwest showdown in the DFB Pokal Semifinals. Bayern München, the DFB Pokal record title holders, await in the final on May 23rd, and we still don't know who's going to complete the lineup. Based on the way the first half went, Stuttgart chipping away, looking for a winner. It's Freiburg looking for a lucky punch. Now the emotional roller coaster we've been on is not over yet. How many loop-de-loops remain here at the MHP Arena? Fascinating just watching the reactions of the Stuttgart fans around us. The emotions on the faces have completely changed from what it was at half-time when they were bitterly frustrated with their side's performance. Now the belief is very much there that they can reach the DFB Pokal final in consecutive seasons for the first time in club history.
I think for performance-wise, they probably deserved it, but I think the game is still not falling in one side or the other. Is still so open. I think no team can be very safe in terms of having a minute where they switch off. It's exactly the opposite. You have to be switched on in every second, because on both sides there are details deciding tonight who is going to be the one that follows Bayern München into the cup final.
Right now we've got an extra Stuttgart staff member on the pitch that has to get off before we can get the action underway. I'll tell you what, we've had delays of all kinds, pyrotechnics, illness, and now a coach on the pitch as well, issuing instructions to Angelo Stiller as Stuttgart get us back underway for what will be the final 15 minutes of open play at least. Will there be a winner, or are we going to penalties? Mittelstädt goes long looking for Tomasz. Kubler cuts it out. "25 shots for Stuttgart, 13 for Freiburg, and the majority of those 13 came in the first half of this game." There were a couple of Stuttgart fans I talked to before this game that said top four and qualifying for the Champions League was more important this season than going to the final again. I wonder whether they'd say the same thing right now, Julia.
Probably not. When you're so close and when you see how much your team fought for exactly this last game in this competition, this is something you wanna fulfill and you wanna finish as well. And this is, but also when you think of the Freiburg side, like the way they fought into this, just this match from minute one until now, they're still alive. It's not like it's in Stuttgart's hands. It's still possibly open to both sides.
A game that could really add to the legacy Sebastian Hoeneß is creating here in Stuttgart. Tomasz! Kubler quickly across. Sharp challenge. Corner conceded, but it could have been worse. Make no mistake, that will not be the last bit of desperate defending we see tonight. Again, Undav is just finding all the answers since half-time. He's setting up chances, he's scoring chances, he's hitting the woodwork with deflected crosses. Mittelstädt now with the corner. Oh, it's all the way through! And scrambled clear by Freiburg, my word! Talk about hairy defending. Oh, they're asking for a potential handball here, Stuttgart. Virtually impossible to spot in the mix. It's Undav at the back post. I'm not seeing a handball in there anywhere.
Maybe from leveling, but it's probably not the hand they're asking for. I think this is all very clean. Now, there's no handball.
I mean, how that corner got all the way through the bodies is beyond me.
Because they're all shifting, they're all pushing, they're all in duels, and no one is really looking after the ball anymore because they're so distracted.
Even in the 109th minute, the physical element of this game is inescapable. But the real physical element is having to leave it all out on the pitch for now 120 minutes. Furish. Now with Jeff Chabot to Stiller. It really does feel like Freiburg are holding on a touch, though. Yes, they're capable of a lucky punch, and that's what they're looking for. The question is, will they even get the opportunity? Undav rides the challenge well. Oh, almost found Tomasz. Tomasz bites back and wins back. Karator and Ginter steps out well. He's playing through the pain, Matthias Ginter. Now he looks to release the counter-attack, and Sherhan wasn't on the same wavelength. And those are the moments that Freiburg have to make something of. Not just to maybe get a chance in front of goal, but to release the pressure that's building again in Stuttgart's favour.
And to see it from here, it looks like what we mentioned before. It looks like they're suffering. They can't keep them away anymore because the waves are just coming. Wave after wave, really, and another one, another corner, and another. Also applauding to the fans that they are still there, and support from 60,000 or 50,000 Stuttgart fans here is something that can make you fly a little bit more.
Undav with the header, but no power, pace on it. And one of the most routine saves that Muller's had to make tonight, and he hasn't had a lot of them. Interesting idea, not the right execution.
And probably the most active Freiburger at the moment is Julian Schuster. From outside, he's trying to push his team forward. That's probably that 12th man that Stuttgart has with their fans is Julian Schuster for Freiburg, because he's trying. He's giving so much energy from outside because he knows how his players are suffering right now.
It wasn't that long ago he hung up his playing boots. The itch is still there in the dugout, no doubt. And Nagelsmann, one of the neutrals who's hopefully enjoyed this incredible cup clash.
Looks like it, at least, with a little smile on his face, because he's probably also wondering about this intensity of the game.
But he asked questions as to whether Dennis Undav could feature in the United States from the start, given the conditions. And he's about to go 120 minutes here in Stuttgart.
It's a proof from the Undav side. And Sebastian Hoeneß didn't change him yet, so also probably because he was defending him as well, and said, keep saying that he's able to play more than 20 minutes.
And he's come so close in the latter stages to providing the match-winning moments, either with a pass or a shot himself. Oh dear. Philip Toy was having his chest massage there, which always a little cause for concern, but the physios don't seem too concerned, which is a good sign.
Nothing we haven't seen tonight.
Just whether he, like El Kanoush, felt a little bit ill at one point a second ago. Karator clutching his groin, this is it. Everyone is feeling the pain now. They're feeling the intensity that they've gone through for 112 minutes. But there are fresh legs still available. And it's going to be Bruno Ogbus coming on for Philip Toy. There is absolutely no doubt that both teams have left it all out there tonight. There'll still be pride in the losing camp based on tonight's performance, no matter who ends up on what side. Will Stuttgart find a way to a second consecutive final? Or will Freiburg find a way to only their second ever final? got to give credit to the fans in the Cannstatter Kurve as well. Those flags have been flying all evening. There've got to be some tired arms in those ranks, as well as those of the travelling fans from Freiburg who have made the just over 2-hour trip here to the MHP Arena to get behind their side. Could they make history again? Ooh. Well, that was a clumsy, unceremonious challenge from Mittelstädt, but not penalised after the fall to the floor. Now Leveling. Stuttgart not shying away from being patient. We might get more changes from the home side ranks. Plenty of players making their way to the dugout as Freiburg is one-on-one with Ogbus. Mittelstedt's cross is cut out by Manzabi, only as far as Leveling, but that one was always rising. Never really got his feet sorted.
No, that wasn't a good idea to shoot here as well, because you get so many players in a good position. They're making a way forward into the box, and then you just give it away that easily. But this is something now you have to think of as well, from both benches, both sides of the coach's staff as well. Who's going to take a penalty later as well is something you have to prepare now, not too late as well. Maybe give them players a couple of minutes as well to be really in the game. But then a lot of ideas probably on both sides. But I think Stuttgart, if they had the choice, they want to prevent the penalty shootout so much, as they had so many chances. They wanted to decide this game during these 115 minutes, and now maybe 20 minutes we have to go. So it's definitely in their favor to also decide the match before a penalty shootout, because then it's 50-50, and this is something they work too hard for to give it like only 50% of chances to continue here.
Derry Sherhand, since coming off the bench, has only really had scraps to work with, but then the same could be said of the Freiburg front line as a whole. They look ragged. Stuttgart are in complete control. You feel like fate is in their own hands. They've just got to find that avenue to goal. And then they've got to find a way to beat Florian Müller, who's been almost unbeatable tonight. So many elements of a thrilling cup clash. The Stuttgart fans are on their feet as Sherhand comes forward. Derry Sherhand. Suzuki to Gunther. 3 black shirts in the middle to aim for with the cross, but it's cut out by Jacquet. And now Gunther. His intention to foul was clear to see. His ability to escape a booking, impressive. It's in for Undav, and Ginter had to get there. This is a vintage Matthias Ginter performance tonight.
And if Julian Nagelsmann is here to watch a couple of players, he's definitely one of them as well.
Get him back in the national team. It's one of the smoothest, most graceful defenders in the business, but he's a battler as well, and those qualities coming to the fore with Stuttgart. Coming forward again, and I can see what Thiago Tomasz was trying to do. But again, the execution not meeting and matching the inception. Oh wow, is Noah Atubolo going to come on for the shootout?
I'm not sure if he just gives a couple of insights or help or support, or is he, but probably he would be warming up if he would have been the one taking the penalty shootout, rather than sitting and giving instructions. But here probably a couple of penalty takers.
Yeah, Furich had done all the hard running. He had that chance to win it. or what would have been a winning goal in the first half of extra time, the way things have panned out, but the post denied him like it did Undav. He will not be the hero at the end of this game, but he has given Stuttgart the chance to reach the DFB-Pokal final once again. Last season they beat Preußen Münster, Kaiserslautern, Jahn Regensburg, Augsburg, Leipzig, before beating Arminia Bielefeld, the third-tier side, in the final 4-2. This season, Braunschweig, Mainz, Bochum and Kiel. But a question mark remains behind the name of SC Freiburg. They're looking for the killer blow, and Thomas has delivered it! In the 119th minute, the dying embers and the explosion of euphoria at the MHP Arena. Stuttgart are going back to the DFB-Pokal final. Berlin. Stuttgart are going back to Berlin. Stuttgart never raised the white flag despite falling behind. And a night of high drama delivers at the last.
Wow, what an explosion just happened here. And I think as soon as the goal was in, 5 players going down, stretching themselves, losing probably all the energy they just kept up. And here you see the will. I don't know, was it El Canouz on the side? Hunani was on the side, so what an energy move of him as well in terms of his dribbling. And this is class, this is quality, the way he takes this ball on this angle into the goal, not even behind his leg. I think it was in front of his second leg, so he was crazy, this action. And then it's relief, it's joy, it's happiness, it's an explosion of all kind of positive emotions. And here you see Karas, I think, going down with his groin pain as well, and these pictures speaking for themselves.
Oh, the DFB-Pokal, how we love you! Cup football at its finest, and Thiago Tomas with a potentially outrageous winner. Freiburg are going to throw everything forward now. We've got 3 minutes added on at the end of the 120. And Manzambi is ready to launch another long throw. Yes, we've had the explosion of euphoria, but don't count your chickens yet. Long throw into the mix. Eggestein swing and a miss. Fizzed in and wide from Gunther. Did it get a touch? Oh, everyone is debating whether it's a corner or not, but I think it has been given. Whether there was a touch or not, it is a corner to Freiburg, and Florian Müller, the goalkeeper. Come on, we've had a bit of everything tonight, Julia. Why not?
Why not? Exactly, why not? And I think no one's sitting here anymore.
One last chance through the bodies. Gunther again. Ginter. Suzuki back to Ginter. Florian Müller is still up. Back to Suzuki. Time and space to pick a cross, headed on goal, but it's saved by Nubel. And that one of the biggest cheers of the night. Suzuki to Eggestein. Just over a minute remaining as Ginter sends it in again. Kept in but lost to Eggestein. A few more nails to be bitten. Ginter doesn't win the header. Labeling has space to roll into. He just needs to take it to the corner flag. They're ready to celebrate. He's celebrating already. History is made. Stuttgart are into the DFB-Pokal final in consecutive seasons for the first time in club history. After winning the title for the first time in 28 years, they have a chance to become the 9th team to defend it. They will meet Bayern München in Berlin on May 23rd. And they did it in the most dramatic of fashions, from 1-0 down to a late winner in the 119th minute. This was a cup game that delivered a bit of everything.
Probably not as important, but probably the most intense game I've ever seen in a cup game, and I think this is something for both sides. Yeah, you mentioned the pride, but I think Freiburg is so disappointed. They don't want to hear anything about being proud of yourself because they lost something big, and I think that the value that game has, the importance you've seen in every single minute of this whole game, because there was no duel that was given away easily, no ball that was given away easily. I think there were a lot of mistakes, a very transitional game, but one to watch that was so exciting, full of intensity, and I think credits to both teams. What they delivered today was pure cinema. I think something to watch that was worth to come here, and I think Stuttgart now can celebrate on a big celebration night.
And now the chance can start. Berlin, Berlin, we're going to Berlin. They sang it last season, they're singing it this season. And it'll be a battle between the reigning title holders and the record title holders. Can you ask for more? This was a script that only the DFB-Pokal can write. But congratulations to Stuttgart. Arguably deserved winners on a hard-fought night, but after falling behind, they showed the character of cup winners. They showed the caliber of a Champions League side, and they found a way to win it in the end.
Especially, I think what was decisive tonight was also the substitutions. I think with El Khanous coming into this game, being so decisive, being so, in terms of energy and attitude, shifting the game on the Stuttgart side, but then also Tomáš coming in, deciding this game. Bunani, who's made this dribbling and the assist. That was good hands from Sebastian Hoeneß and showed how important these players from the bench can be to decide a game like this.
Well, last night, Bayern München had commemorative t-shirts saying, "Guess who's back?" Let's see what the message on the Stuttgart shirts are, as we get to revisit that audacious winner, which gets even better every time you watch it.
Ah, what a goal from Thiago Tomáš, and here he showed his pure skill set of quality as well, and this is just relief and happiness. And I think the hardest one they actually scored, because they had huge chances before as well, with being one-on-one, being in front of the goal in better angles than he was. But this one they made, and it must have happened like this. Why not making it as dramatic as possible?
I think we knew it was going to take something special to beat Florian Müller tonight, and Thiago Tomáš produced it. The Cannstatter Kurve is alive and kicking, as is Sebastian Hoeneß's title defence in the DFB-Pokal. 2 DFB-Pokal finals in his tenure. They've qualified for the Champions League for the first time since 2010. They might qualify for it again this season. Again, a night that adds to his legacy here as Stuttgart head coach, because he has restored this side to former glories, but he's done it in a way that I don't even think the Stuttgart fans expected.
And it wasn't easy as well, as big players, big names were leaving since the 3 last years, and this is something. Mentioning Nick Woldemade, for example, they are probably the best player up front, but they somehow just replaced him with different players, with different quality, with a different skill set, with different style of play as well, and he's so versatile. You said this before. They are playing in different positions, but they played in the maximum on their best way possible, and this is credits to the coach. It's managing a group of people in probably the best way possible.
Oh, you mentioned Voltemada. Think about the season before. Anton, Ito, Dilassi, Silas, they all left. And while Stuttgart dipped off due to their Champions League exploits as well, they didn't fall off the mark. They found a way back to the summit. And tonight, confirmation that their status in German football as one of the teams to beat in all competitions, but especially in the Cup, is certainly restored. It's the 8th time they will feature in the final of the DFB-Pokal, but the first time in club history it'll be in consecutive seasons. And you never know. They didn't have a good time against Bayern in the league. It's a 5-0 loss and a 4-2 loss. But a one-off game, anything can happen.
Especially when you see these players and the attitude, the energy as well in this group. They are characters. They have some great personalities in as well, and also quality. And why not? This game is not won yet for Bayern, especially with this side, with this coach as well. And he will come up with a plan. He will come up with a match final, cup final game plan. And this is something that's probably so hard to beat, a group that's so alive like they are. And this is pictures great to see. It's just lovely, and also full of exhaustment as well when you see Dennis Undav.
He really, and he was not alone. The Stuttgart players, the Freiburg, but they all left it all out on the pitch. And as a neutral, you can't ask for more in a cup semi-final. It really did have a bit of everything. Maybe we were just missing a streaker. But Angelo Stiller and his Stuttgart teammates fully deserving. And they are going back to Berlin. And unlike Bayern, that will be their final game of the season. There's a chance Bayern might have one more if they fare well in the final 4 of the Champions League. But for Stuttgart, their season now comes down to qualifying for the top 4 in the Bundesliga and making an almighty go of it in Berlin on May 23rd. Sebastian Hoeneß thanking the right player. But again, if I'm honest, Julia, I don't think the goal scorers were the men of the match tonight for Stuttgart.
I don't know who it was, actually. It could be El Canus, because he came in, he changed the dynamic of the game in such a dramatic way. But there were a couple of probably Freiburg players as well that you can mention, even if they haven't won. But in the Stuttgart side, Chabot, you mentioned a couple of times, and I agree with this, because these are the players that are sometimes just going under the radar. And Jago Tomasz is the one on the game sheet in the end, but it's not only on him, but also on him, because he had to put that ball in behind, and he did it. And somehow he did it, because it wasn't easy.
I'm sure a night of mixed emotions for Erdin Demirovic, but I wonder whether he might add an extra litre or 2 of free beer on the weekend with Stuttgart in the cup final. Against his former side, he was the man that missed the decisive penalty in that shootout loss in the final in 2022 against Leipzig for Freiburg, but he's back in the final now, again with Stuttgart. And they will celebrate. It's going to be a long night in Schwabenland, I reckon. Pokalfinale 2026, Cup Final 2026. Something tells me there's still a few scars from 2025 knocking about as well. They might be recycled, but something tells me plenty of people will stock up on a lot of merchandise before the trip to the capital next month. Just soak in the pictures, eat up the atmosphere. The passion was palpable from start to finish. We had a cup classic in this Southwest semi-final showdown, a derby between state rivals, but it's Stuttgart who make history by reaching the final for a 2nd consecutive season. And now the question is, can the reigning title holders defend the title against the record title holders in Berlin? James Surrogate, Julia Simic, thanks for joining. It was an absolute pleasure. Until the last, have a great rest of the week.
Maxi, vielen Dank fürs Vorbeikommen. Ihre Mannschaft hat heute hier einen sehr beeindruckenden Kampf abgeliefert. Wie würden Sie jetzt Ihre Enttäuschung darüber beschreiben, dass es doch nicht nach Berlin ins Finale geht?
Ja, die Enttäuschung ist sehr groß, gerade weil das Tor halt in der 119. fällt. Das ist sehr bitter. Wir haben alles reingeworfen. Ich glaube, am Ende hat man gemerkt, dass uns ein bisschen die Kräfte ausgegangen sind. Aber ja, ich glaube, man kann uns vom Kampf her nichts vorwerfen und wir haben alles reingeworfen. Und am Ende ist es einfach bitter, dass es dann in der 119. passiert. Und ja, jetzt schauen wir erstmal aufs Wochenende und dann haben wir zum Glück noch ein anderes Halbfinale.
Wenn wir mal vorne beginnen, die erste Halbzeit, wie würden Sie die Defensivleistung der Mannschaft analysieren? Sie haben dem Gegner ja kaum Räume gelassen, das ist sehr gut zugelaufen.
Ja, wir wollten hoch raus, sie 1:1 pressen, das ist, glaube ich, ganz gut gelungen. Sie haben dann viel mit langen Bällen agiert, da waren sie 2-3 Mal gefährlich. Insgesamt haben wir nicht so viel zugelassen. Erste Halbzeit, zweite Halbzeit haben wir schon 1-2 Dinge auch zugelassen. Es ist halt bitter, wie das erste Tor von Stuttgart auch fällt, eigentlich aus einer Riesenchance von uns. Und im Konter kriegen wir direkt das Tor, das ist schade. Und wie ich gesagt habe, in der Verlängerung, glaube ich, hat man dann schon gemerkt, dass uns ein bisschen die Kräfte flöten gegangen sind. Und ja, schade, dass es dann in der 119 fällt.
Wie analysieren Sie das letzte entscheidende Tor von Thiago Tomasch?
Boah, ist mir ehrlich gesagt zu früh. Also ich kann es gar nicht analysieren. Es ist mir gerade noch zu früh nach dem Spiel, ehrlich gesagt.
Verstehe ich total.
Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank fürs Vorbeikommen.
Ciao, ciao.
So just to give you a quick translation, well, first of all, we talked about the disappointment they feel now after delivering this fight here, and he said, yeah, I'm very disappointed, and also because they scored the goal in the minute 119, so we were close to the penalty. We would have had another chance, but yeah, that was the end of the game. And also we talked about the first half where they were defending very well. They didn't left them any open spaces because they started quite offensively, and that was a very good performance. And also I asked him about the decisive goal of Thiago Tomasch, but he said, really, at the moment, I don't know, I feel a bit empty. I have to check first on TV, and of course we accept that. Igor, first of all, thanks for stopping by. It was a very, very late knockout. What do you think about the situation around the goal of Thiago Tomasch?
Yeah, to be honest, it is very difficult to find the right words now. I feel very disappointed, but at the end I feel also very, very proud of the team. Yeah, we made a good match. Of course, we know the quality of Stuttgart. They're very good players on the ball, with the ball, but we pressed in the first half very, very high. We made them so not good with the ball. They played so many balls in and out. So we pressed very good, and this was our job. This is our intensity. We go every match, and yeah, we continued until the end. And of course, we know the pressure is very high from Stuttgart. At the end, yeah, it was also a little bit unlucky, but I think it was a very good fight from both teams. I think both teams deserve to continue the journey.
And if we talk about the 90 minutes, what would you say about the quality of your chances? Would you say they might have been even better than the ones of Stuttgart?
Yeah, I think the game could go on both sides. It was really a 50-50 match. Of course, maybe Stuttgart had more the ball, but we really did a good job in defending. And if I remember the situation where they scored a 1-1, we have to score in front to make the 2-0, and then I think the game is finished. And yeah, at the end, the counter attack, and you get the 1-1. This is not possible. This we have to work after. We have to look the video. We have to focus. And yeah, now we can be disappointed today and tomorrow, but we have to continue. We have to work harder. We have to take the positive things out of the match, and we have a lot of positive things. And now we have to continue. On Sunday is Dortmund. There will be the same intensity of today, and then we have to continue. We are very proud of the team. And if I go to the corner, to the fans, to the supporters, it's very nice feeling. They support us until the end. They are so happy and proud of us, and I'm also very proud of the team and of the staff.
You can be, and you can be proud as well, because you reached the semi-finals of the Europa League. What would you say, like the development you took with Julian Schuster? How would you describe it?
My development or for the team?
Your development and the team, both.
Yeah, I think when I look at the start, we lose the first 2 games in the Bundesliga, and then we really talk about the things that are not good, and we really take the negative things out, and we talked about them. We analyze them, and I think it's very important that you speak clear, that really everyone knows what is his job. And we know it, and today we showed it also, and now we have to show it in the next game. We have to show it against Braga 2 times, and then I think we can win against everyone.
Best for that. Thank you so much, Danish.